live. We are live. And I don't have the websites up. I also totally forgot where we left off last. Let's just check the audio. Yes, audio is working. Audio is fine. What is up, you people? We are here this weekend, this Saturday afternoon, and I totally forgot where I left off. Let me go to my channel and see. I should be more better about this stuff. You know. Um. Hmm. Your and just someone, Lana Asinen is just reply. So I might be looking out for her on one of my political streams in the future. Let's see. My have been one from New Hampshire. Or New Mexico. It was in New Mexico is where we left off at for the dog. So we're going to get through the dog. And look, next state is New York. So we still have a lot to go. And then I think we'll switch to some Sasquatch action midway. I think that sounds like a good plan. So New Hampshire. Yeah, I'm just going to check to see. I think we got both. There's like 2 encounters. Hang on. I'm just going to. No, I actually didn't finish up New Mexico. I don't think we finished up New Mexico. Yeah, so let's actually go to New Mexico. Let's see. So Sandova, New Mexico encounter. My family and another family that we attend church with decided to go camping. That evening, we all went to our tents with our families. Me, my husband, and our 3 children in ours. We decided to leave the cover of ours so we can stargate. Leave the cover off of ours so we could stargate. After an hour or so, we drifted asleep. I knew nothing of Dogman at this time and would not for years to come. Around 1 a.m. in the morning, I was awoken because I felt like something was staring at us. When I opened the tent, I saw what I thought was a Hachina doll wolfman staring at me. I thought I was dreaming. Let me look at what that looks like, but I thought so. This person thought they were dreaming, and he was telepathically telling me he was going to get my children. I thought, oh no, you're not. And something rose up in me. I opened the tent and booked it down the dirt road with only my socks and on no shoes. I could feel the dirt beneath my feet, and I ran for all I was worth to deter him from my family. Stupid, but that's what I did. When I turned down the end of the road and was about always down. My husband came out of the tent and yelled at me, which caused me to turn. And the dogman who had been chasing me went down on all fours and took off into the field. I went back to the tent, and that morning, when we woke up, my husband said, "What the heck? Who brought all this dirt here?" My daughter then noticed my socks, which were full of dirt. I didn't put two together, thinking it was all a dream. Now I know it wasn't, and my husband has no recollection of ever getting up and yelling at me. There are some more details I have not had, but thank you so much for letting me share, Vic. Anonymous. Time, 1 a.m. Date, September of 2012. What? That's a strange story, and this is what this person's referring to. Um, that's weird. That's really weird. It's weird. So we got New Mexico, and I think we got New York. So we got to go to New York, and I'm gonna assume that all of these are in upstate. Definitely, actually, in upstate. So T T O T T. I don't know how to pronounce this. Tigoa County, Tigoa, or hang on, Tioga. I think that's Tioga County in New York. Let's see. Hmm? So this county borders Pennsylvania. All right. And it's a short one, so let's get through it. It was later in the evening when I was driving back to my in-laws' house by myself and was going down the dirt road. I saw something in the ditch up ahead and on the right, and didn't really know what it was until I got up far enough so that my headlights could catch it. I didn't know anything about Dogman until a couple of years ago. This thing had an outline of a huge dog, but when I got closer, it turned and looked at me. I just floored it. It didn't really bother me until I noticed it looking at me. I saw that I was actually gas, and what actually, I saw that it was actually grasping what it was eating. I got back and didn't say exactly what I saw. I just asked them if there were any big dogs or wolves up where they lived. My father-in-law just laughed and said no. Then he asked why. I didn't say anything. I will never forget. The thing I will never forget are the reddish orange eyes that just kept staring at me. Tony Wilkins. Time, late evening, fall. The date was in the fall of 2000. Again, kind of like death. And this is Broome County, New York. So let's see. I'm just going to do something. And we got my Bigfoot, which is what we're going to get to next. I can't find it. It's unfortunate I can't find that can't find any for this website, so we're probably gonna have to go to another one. Or we can just look at the hours of footage and other evidence out there. I think ah, I think I found out. It's not it's Bigfoot eyewitness.com, I think it is. I'm trying to find. I probably should get to the Dogman stuff, but I'm just trying to find. That's all right. Let's just get back to this. All right. My husband listened to your podcast regularly, and until a couple days ago, I thought he was nuts. While my encounter was not as close up and personal as many of your guests, it was nonetheless terrifying to me, and I feel that it has forever changed me in the way I view the world. I had just arrived home a few minutes after dusk after visiting my parents. Our location is rural, we do not but we do have a few neighbors within shouting distance of us. We have 33 acres of mixed forest and fields with a lot of thick brush, consisting of mostly rares. I had my two young children with me in the Jeep, ages 2 years old and 11 months old. When I pulled in the driveway that night, my husband was working late with an emergency case. It was nearly fully dark when I arrived home. As soon as I stopped my vehicle, I creeped out. It felt different outside. We have a lot of peepers and crickets that would normally be making a lot of noises. Even the birds are usually chirping until an hour more past dark. This time, there was not a sound. It was very warm that evening, so the peepers should have been in full quiet chorus. Because of my uneasy feeling, I was rushing to get the kids in the house. And did not did not want to leave RJ in the car alone for a minute, as I routinely do. He and our older daughter, who is asleep, are normally too heavy for me to carry together at the same time. That night, though, I grabbed both, one in each arm, after finding my keys in the front door, and carried them both in. Usually I would use the auto garage door, however, the opener did not work. When I reached the front door at the top of the stairs and got situated on the front porch, I put down Angela in order to open the door. As soon as I turned my attention to the back to the front door, it happened. Somewhere to my left came a sound that will be forever seared into my memory. It started very low and slowly increased to a moderately loud growl. It was a deep tone and very guttural, and was angry / hateful in character. It was nothing anything I had ever heard before, but it did sound canine in origin, especially after spending an hour listening to various animal growls. The growls continued for approximately 10 seconds. I was so terrified I was fumbling with my key. It really felt like I was dropped into an 80s horror film. I really did think I was going to die. I was so sure any second the thing making a sound was going to pounce upon me and the kids and eat us right on the spot. The growls sounded as if the creature was standing just off to the left. I refused to look out of fear of what I see. It was sound so close or even at above eye level with me. My porch extends for another 5 feet to the left. Then off the porch is the front to my house. There's 35 yards of grass to the edge of the tree line, and there's a field with 2 foot tall grass opposite that. There's a small shed between our porch and the tree line. Standing on the front porch from my head to the ground is approximately 9 feet, so I assumed it was staying near the corner of the house. I had never been so afraid until a few moments later when it actually spoke to me. As the ground What? Hold up. Hold up. Until it actually spoke to me? What? Hang on. As the growl continued to melt into audible spoken words in a very deep and gruff tone that seemed to have been a sort of rough reverberation quality to them. What I heard as clear as day is I think I've got to read this in Wagner Morris. Like, you can't get in. Can you, gato? The only word that I'm unsure of is at first is the first you. As the sound of the growl translated to English words and sound like you. I was hysterical. Now I was hysterical and dropping keys. Finally got the right one in and got the door open and got in. I had to kick my dog through the door regretfully. Frankly, she seemed oblivious to what had just transpired, as if she didn't hear. I slammed the door shut and never looked. I didn't hear anything else that night. I called my husband and his friend to let them know what happened, so I never actually did see what terrorized me because I couldn't look. I've had 2 days to think about this encounter and talk with my husband, who has listened to every episode of Dogman Encounters Radio. I'm fairly certain that this was what was grinding me. The sound was not human. It seemed like it was an amp. It was amped or mic'd up because it seemed so powerful. Not that it was a loud growl, but it seemed unnatural. Also, the height it seemed to emulate from and the silence that preceded it led me to believe to this conclusion. My husband agrees because the entire week he has been on the edge. We have lived here for a year and all seemed normal until this week. Our cat, which is as indoor or got out and accidentally and has vanished without a trace. She has gone out before and just stood around until we got her back in the house. Also, my husband said Tuesday night he experienced the silence outside, and it really unnerved him too. He says he has never experienced anything so eerie. On Wednesday, he took our dog up into the woods to look for a cat and felt very uneasy. He said the dog kept tucking his tail and turning around, wanting to go home. It's not like our dog or my husband to feel uneasy in the woods because both of them love the outdoors and are very comfortable in nature. On Thursday at dusk, he took our dog around back a lot and said something took off from the thickets as spring came crashing through the woods downhill towards him. He always carries a sidearm when he's out and is normally not afraid of anything, but he actually turned back and ran up toward the house. Whoever was charging stopped seconds After he stopped to listen and did not make another sound, he was very concerned when he came, saying he knows what big game sounds like and that this was just not right. Even he was surprised that he ran from the sound. The following day was when my encounter happened. After talking about all of these events with my husband, we are concerned that there's a dogman in the area. My husband has listened to episodes 90 and 91 and is so worried that this thing has decided to stalk one or both of our kids. My husband says that based on those episodes, it sounds like the dogman plans ahead when snatching kids, and he thinks it may have been scouting the area with plans just to do that. He says it was doing that, or it was waiting for me to leave one of the kids in the Jeep for a minute. Either way, none of this is good. The main reason why I want to submit this is because it seemed very unique that it spoke to me. It wasn't the words, but the feeling it gave me that disturbed me the most. It was as if it was trying to give me the impression that I was nothing and I was weak and just food. I got the impression that it was saying, "Can't get in?" Like, "Ha ha, you're mine." It's hard to explain because it seemed like it was conveying its frame of mind in that it was, for lack of a better description, making fun of me in a very cruel way. I really want to know if you have ever heard of one of these, exactly speaking. My husband and I really want to leave our conclusions wrong, but instinct in your show have highly convinced us in the fact that it in fact was a dogman. We thank you deeply for keeping the show going and being informed and not leading us to believe that the monster is probably literally hiding out and waiting for us. That might just save one or all of our lives. Thank you for that, for all you do. Please let us know what you think about this. Anonymous. Time 8 p.m. 4/22/2016. God, this just feels like death in Puss in Boots. I'm death. Like, holy crap. Just don't want to see that with two scythes. Imagine if you just see one with a dog and with a wearing a hood and has two scythes. I'd be like, okay, never mind. I'm getting out of here. So this is Oswego County, New York. I need to compose myself after hearing that one. Holy crap, that was crazy. Holy crap. That was a really crazy story. I just need a couple minutes to compose my. That's crazy. Holy crap. That's gotta be the scariest one I've ever heard. Hold on. I gotta I gotta star this one. I just had to bookmark that one because that one was really creepy. Like it actually spoke. Oh my god. That was one of the creepiest stories I'll ever. I'm death. Straight up. That was crazy. I got it. Bro, I'm not even joking. That was that was fucking freaky. That's that scared me. I can't say that. All right, let's get to this one. Oswego County. I used to fish at Great Bear for catfish late at night. I was hunting. I had a hunting dog that was part wolf. He was well trained. I live in the woods after my divorce. I pulled up in my truck and let the dog out. Lit one lantern, took my shotgun out. Always did that. Noticed the dog in the shadows. He was looking, but he never barked. My dog was fierce. He would bring back coon muskrats. I let him hunt on his own, I heard a loud crack. My dog looked up. My dog was growling. I heard another loud crack. My dog was now backing up, showing his teeth. Never did he act like this. I got scared. I would never get scared. I am a fire without a repu. I'm a fire with a reputation. What I saw blew my mind and scared the shit out of me. This thing was on all fours with ears. I think it stood up part way and went back down. Fucking big. I am a hunter. This was no bear. Ears pointed. This was around 1 to 2 a.m. It never moved. My dog just kept showing his teeth and growling. In my mind, I'm thinking, WTF. I never. I think it turned its head. This thing was jet black. My dog had never been around a bear. Never did he act like it. It seemed to be moving, but not turning and walking back. It backed up. This was not real in mine. Partially standing up again, I would think. I had this feeling of peace along with I'm scared. It was beautiful but dangerous. I had a feeling this thing wanted to get to know me. I would love to see this thing no doubt and kill it. No doubt it could kill it if it wanted me, but it would bring too much action in itself. They are real. John Quinn, 1:01 a.m., 1st of April 1984. I'm kind of skeptical about this one because he says he'd love to see. Most people who see a Dogman don't want to see it again. They get scared. I don't know. So we got through New York, North Carolina. Oh, wow, there's quite a few in North Carolina. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream, man. We're still live? We're still good? Hang on, I got. So, Robbins. So, Robeson. Ropes. Like Paul Robeson, the famous singer. Let's see. It's a short one. I was about 9 years old or so and was at my mom's friend's house because they were having a little get together. My mom's best friend at the time decided to go get something, which was at a house nearby down a dirt road in the woods. My mom's friend decided to take my friend and me with her. I wish I had never gone with her. We rode with her over there, and when she got out, my friend and I stayed in the car and waited for her to come back. After sitting in the car for 10 minutes, we decided to get out to see what was taking her so long. When we did that, she told us to get back in the car, so we did. As it turned out, she was buying weed, so we weren't welcome in the house. So my buddy and I got back in her car and waited for her to come out. They have a lot of bulldogs on that property. The dogs had all been barking like crazy and then just stopped all at once and went into their dog houses. That's when my friend and I saw this thing that looked like some kind of werewolf coming from behind the car. We froze and just stared at it. As it walked by, wow, it looked so demonic. When we saw it, it ducked down and laid on the floorboard. We laid there for what seemed like forever until we heard my own friend and hitting the drive on the driver's wheel, trying to get us to let her in. I guess we left her when it heard her come. I guess it left when it heard her coming out of the car or something. John Locklear, 9 or 10 p.m., summer of 1990. That's a weird story. It's not scary like that one from New York. It just doesn't seem real, you know. Cumberland County. So this is Cumberland County, North Carolina. On the night I had my brief encounter, it was unusually slow. During slow parts of my night, I park outside the facility I work at out of and watch the wildlife. It's abundant with a mix of fox, coyote, raccoons, and every once in a while I'll spy a red wolf breaking the wolf line, trotting across an open field in search of some game. Our facility is located on a dead end street which backs up to a major creek, and to the left we have a smaller creek that breaks off of the larger one. Both creeks are fed by a large river about a mile away. I should also mention that we have large patches of woodland that lead to our facility and that the area does not have a lot of light until you turn into the parking lot. About a week prior to my encounter, I would sit at the end of the road to complete my paperwork and wait for the next call to come. As I parked there, I would get a sense of being watched. I would look up, almost expecting for someone to be standing in front of my car, in front of my truck. Let me say that darkness or the woods do not spook me or make me jumpy. I was raised in the swamp close to a river and rather enjoyed the solitude. Not only did I have a sense of being watched and sharing my space with someone, I noted that there was no normal night sounds such as crickets and frogs. I also found it baffling that the wildlife seemed to be gone from the area. This really bothered me. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah. On the night I had my encounter, I decided to leave some wet dog food at the edge of the wood line, hoping to entice a family of raccoons out, so I could at least see that they were okay. This family of raccoons I had watched growing up from kids, and not seeing them also bothered me. Also, I didn't see a gray fox that would hang out around the area. This fox would come within 4 or 5 feet from you, but would be guard all the while. He would hang out with certain people and then retreat back into the woods. Anyway, I popped the top of some smelly dog food, and as I was putting the top of the pulling out the top of the can, I heard a deep growl coming from the edge of the window. I had never heard an animal growl with such force and so deeply. Wow, I'm hearing a very similar theme to in a lot of these encounters. The growl, deep growl. At first, I thought it could have been a jailbreak from the interstate. That can be heard from our facility, but that's not what it was. I could hear it from the woodlines, hitting my face, and felt the growl inside my chest, pretty much like a vibration. I knew this was not a bear, the same as someone who knows their left hand from the right, just know. And yes, we do have bear here, but I can tell you quite bluntly and very firmly, this was not a bear or any wildlife that was normal to the area. I dropped my head down and refused to look up. I dumped the canned food on the ground with one hard thump, hoping whatever was in the woodline would rather have the canned food instead of me. I backed away with my head down until I reached the truck. My instinct told me to drive away, so I did. About half an hour returned due to my curiosity overruling my common sense. Being a natural skeptic, I was prepared to figure out the earlier event. I parked in the same place this time and had walked to the back of my truck to smoke. While I was standing there, I observed a dark mass coming across the road, disappearing into an open field that is mostly overrun with wild blackberries, bushes, and grass. I have a trained eye. I take in a lot of detail, and so I admit to suffering from short-term memory loss due to that TIV that ended my law enforcement career. What I saw at that moment, though, will be in my memory forever. I can only describe this creature as what looked like to be some sort of kind of hybrid. Although it was on all fours to me, it did not appear natural. It moved very quick, fluent motions. Looking back, I was most surprised by the creature having intelligence to appear to and to attempt to appear natural. Something was off with its gait, though. It was kind of like front legs were pulling its body forward. The back was hunched at the shoulders, and it had a long back. The creature was black, which I can only describe as a dark mass with no reflection. As I also noted it had a small animal in its mouth. The strangest part was I could see the definition of most of the small most small animals compared to the darkness of this creature that I now believe to be a dogman. The snout was long but fit its bite. What struck me the most were its ears. They were folded back like you might see on a Dutch Shepherd or a German Shepherd. I guess with my background working with dogs, the ears were clearly defined to me. Were clearly defined to me. I can't say what kind of tail it had or what color its eyes were. I just know that it was there one minute and gone the next. When daylight came, I looked for track, but listened to my gut and did not enter the field looking for it. The ground leading out of the smaller creek was covered in small grass and what dirt was there was hard. I left baffled but more amazed than anything. I sat on my experience for several months I didn't tell anyone about. Then I started searching the internet and guessed for what I'd seen. I guess in my mind, I wondered if it was some sort of hybrid creature created by man and had escaped. I found several sites on the internet, but none seemed to come close to what I had seen. Nothing until I came across a picture of a dogman. If you take what I saw and stand upright instead of being all fours, well, Vic, that's what I saw without a doubt. I'm pretty sure it was a dogman, a young adult, but it wasn't overly massive. What I ponder is what I ponder the most is the fact that the dogman had to catch mice and before cleaning the wood line. I know scent. I know how it works. The dogman I knew I was there before coming out of the woods. I suppose that will be the answer I will never have. Oh, after a few months of keeping my experience to myself, I spoke with a few of my coworkers. Of course, they told me it was a bear or a large wolf, but they did acknowledge that the wildlife had disappeared for a while. I was told to share my story, but I think it was only my coworker who, only so my coworker could get a good laugh at me behind my back. I stand by Weiss. Although I don't speak about him much because appeal like him, I did reach out to you a few months ago and kindly responded back. For that, I thank you. I have never been fascinated by Bigfoot or other small creature, although I did respond to a Bigfoot call off the record for a law enforcement friend. But at this point, I am consumed with what I saw that morning and learning more about it. I'm grateful that you are around for support and for people like me. Thank you for allowing me to share my encounter. As I write this, I am once again on night shift, parked at the same spot where I had my encounter. I'm pretty sure that Dogman has left the area. Wildlife is back and the night sounds are all around. I will always wonder if it will come back again, but I can't say I will ever walk in the woods at night again, looking at for animal track by myself. Thanks, Vic. Keep up the good work. Anonymous. 2:30 a.m. April 2017. How are we? Good. Good. All right. And that's in North Carolina, Cumberland County, um, Wake County, North Carolina. Really getting into it. I'm just curious and just want to see which. They forgot Hawaii on. I mean, I doubt there's going to be a dog. They have their own cryptids in Hawaii. Just checking everything, and I think we can get to this. I'm going to do AFK for a moment. I just to get something to eat. All right, I'm back with some food. Need something a little something in my system. This has bothered me since I encountered this creature or creatures back in 2005 or 2006. It's something that I think about almost daily. My first sighting was my my first sighting was when I was on my way to clean the house early one morning, and I was taking back routes because it was a weekend and there would be no traffic. As I crossed over the railroad track, I saw what I then called the deer dog. It was to my right and it was enormous. The only way I could describe it was that it was easily as big as a buck, like towering over a buck. I was literally in shock and thought I was hallucinating. I actually stopped on the track and sat there for probably a solid minute. I wanted to make sure that I was seeing was real. It stared right back at me as I stared at it. Had the head of what seemed like a hyena. I honestly couldn't wrap my head around it. I eventually snapped back to and called my husband immediately, who didn't answer. Then I called my father and I told him I needed to call animal control, and he actually advised me against it and said I wouldn't be taken seriously. My ex-husband now, called me back and I told him, and he said he believed me, but thinks it was a deer because there are no wild canines of that size in New York. I started to convince myself I wrongfully identified this animal and was possibly a deer or a malnourished bear that's somehow got this far inland from the mountains. Maybe 3 weeks later, my ex-husband and I were on our way back from my father's house when where we always have had lunch, had Sunday lunch, and out of nowhere, this massive black wolf slash being dog thing comes running down the hill, crossing the road right in front of us. And it was huge. It had yellow eyes, very sharp teeth, and almost like a bushy mane. Around its neck, it had a short muzzle and had the hyena head, but wasn't as skinny as the other deer dog I had seen before, but it was much bigger. My ex-husband slammed on the brakes, and I yelled, "Do you believe me now?" And he was so excited yet scared and so blown. And blown away. All in that he actually looked like he was about to come out of his seat. He was trying, and he yelled, Holy shit, what the fuck was that?" But with a smile, and his eyes were in shock and horror at once. I was very much feeling the same way he was. I also just was. Yeah, I also was just so relieved that now someone else had seen this thing or things. The car was coming to the opposite lane and towards us, and I stopped too and literally just sat there, and they were frozen as we drove by. My ex-husband is from Mexico, and he grew up in a lot of folk tales and being warned about cryptids, so his friends and family believed us, but no one else really did. They felt like we had seen something else. I tried looking into what it could possibly be, but back then there was literally nothing out there about this. I recently decided to look back into this and discovered the Dogman. This is how I found your channel a few months ago. I figured I'd give it a go and just put it out there. It wasn't a crazy experience. They never chased us or hunted us, nor did we walk up on a snarling beast. It's not as exciting as the stories I hear on your show, but my story is 100% true. Not a tad bit has been exaggerated or manipulated. As boring as it is, that's my true story. Rabika Kalijas. Time 3 p.m. Date 2005 2006. And I am now back, so there we go. That was North Carolina surprisingly has a lot of Dare County, North Carolina encountered. And it was really short, but we're still going to read it. All right. This now turned to an ASMR. All right, my young daughter and I were late coming to the Outer Banks in North Carolina for a vacation rental. I was searching for the real estate office to get the keys, but could not find the office for quite some time as it was only a college set back from the road. Drove back and forth over the same stretch of road until a dogman stepped out in front of our car and blocked us. No one believed us, but I got a good look. It was less than 10 feet away from me. The whole trip was weird from start to end. Tori Latchman, time 3 a.m., date 7/20/1997. That's a really short story. Now we have just Stokes County, and then we'll be done with North Carolina. So I think, you know, I got that one. That encounter from Broome County, New York, really scared the that one is so scary. This one, it's so this is last one from North Carolina. I don't know what I saw, but I never see it again. The dog door raising came one night, so I grabbed a flashlight and went to check things out. I walked to the top of my driveway to get a view of the kennels. I didn't see anything around, so I started counting sets of eyes. I have 5 dogs and counted 6 sets of eyes. I thought that ain't right. Oh, I thought that can't be right. So I counted again, and this time there were only 5. I turned back to walk to the house and just looked back one more time, and I saw a set of orange eyes with the height of the kennels. I thought maybe one of the dogs was on top of his doghouse. I walked toward the kennel. I got closer. Look, the eyes disappeared. I thought it was strange, but shook it off and came back to the house. Later around 2:30 a.m., I stepped outside to smoke. I usually go out back because my deck is 15 feet up in the air and I don't like the dark too much. Everything was quiet. No dogs barking, no traffic coming up the road. That's when I heard the sound of twigs snapping around the tractor shed. I thought maybe it was yours, so I decided to get my flashlight and gun and go check things out. It scares me talking about. I live in the country and we do have bears, coyotes, and all kinds of wildlife. Well, it's coyotes. I, for some reason, call them coyotes sometimes. I tried to sneak out and investigate and see what it was. I got about 33 from the tractor head when I saw it. It froze. I froze. It looked like one of those long haired black German shepherds, but it was standing and walking upright. Its head was even with the top of the post holding up the shed. My mind was still trying to process what I was looking at. Then it dropped on all fours and started coming towards me. I swear it was smiling at me, but not friendly, more like the Little Red Riding Hood story. I raised my gun and shot towards it, and it was gone just like that. All I saw was the orange fire from the blast of my gun, and my butt was running. I was going so fast my body couldn't keep up with my feet. I tried to wake my husband up, but he blew me off. Said I was acting like a raving maniac. I was terrified. When it got light that morning, we went to check things out. Something had torn the wood from the bottom of the kennels, and there were deep claw marks all over the ground. We put up trail cameras, but never got any picture of it. I try not to go outside much after dark unless we have a lot of folks around. I thought maybe it could have been a skinwalker or something because after that every time I turn on the TV was talking about skinwalkers. I recall your site, and it may have been Dogman. I know my grandkids are scared to stay here. I try to play off as a dog so as not to scare them, but they think there's a werewolf in the woods. Ha ha, funny. Nah, funny for me. Anonymous, 30 a.m. June of 2019. I mean, some of these encounters were when I was. A lot of these encounters are when me and probably a lot of you were alive. I mean, definitely this one. And I think that's it for North Carolina. So, Ohio. Let's see what's. No, 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 no. Only in Ohio, yo. Holy crap, Ohio. Chill. Chill down. Bro, like. The Nah, bro. Okay, let's get through this. I may have to go to use the restroom in a bit. I'm not. I'm just checking one of my friend's girlfriend's Discord servers just to see who's on. Because this is actually insane. My girl. Alright, so Athens County, Ohio. My girlfriend and I were driving down a remote country road in the early summertime, late one evening. She was the one driving. I was in the passenger seat. The sun was setting behind us. We had just come around the curve when two dogs jumped out onto the road in front of us. They acted like we weren't even there. They seemed to be focused on something else. Oh, she jammed on the brakes and brought the car to a stop. I told her, man, that was close. That's when I looked up into the rearview mirror to see if any more deer were coming. When I did, the red glow of the car's taillight. When I did that, the red glows of the car taillights, I saw something take a big step into the road from the bush that was on the side of the road. Whatever it was landed on its right leg. When I did that, looking at it in the rearview mirror, I could see from its mid-thigh to its stomach motion. In one motion, it then took another step forward and put what looked to be a hand down on the trunk of the car, appearing to balance itself. When I saw that, I turned to my girlfriend. She was wide-eyed, her mouth was wide open, and she was wet as a ghost. I could also see that her eyes were tearing, so I looked back, but by that time I had already gone across the road. In an attempt to get a better look at the thing, I opened my door and got out of the car. When I looked, I could see it was going down the embankment and that was on the side of the road. Because of the brush, I could only see the armpits. It was at least 7 feet tall and it had very wide shoulders. Its shoulders were at least 1.5 times as wide as my shoulders, and I've got wide shoulders for a guy. From the last bit of daylight left, I could see that it was black or dark brown in color and had pointed ears on top of its head, like a dog. Its ears were an overly wide or fuzzy. Its head was kind of dome-shaped, more or less, with flat sides. It acted like we weren't even there and seemed to remain focused on the deer. I was thinking, what in the world is that thing? It looked like some kind of werewolf or wolfman to me. It was way too big to be a person. Through the whole ordeal, I never did get a chance to see its face. In the area we saw that in the area where we saw the thing, people reported being paced in their vehicles going down the road. Creatures that look like what we saw. John S. Oh, yeah, that is literally death. Straight up. I hope you things don't know how to whistle. Because I ain't going to the woods ever again in my life. And these things know how to whistle. One night I was out in the woods hunting deer around 1 a.m. and found this weirdly mangled deer carcass near a tree. Around 1 hour and 15 minutes later, I was walking back to my truck when I saw that it was violently shaking, so I raised my rifle. Then I saw it was a bear-like creature shaking my truck. It stood up on its hind legs and growled at me before running off into the woods. When I got a look at the creature, it had long arms and its claws were around 3 inches long. It had pointed ears like a German shepherd, muscly shoulders and legs, and a wolf-like snout with a short nub tail. Anonymous. Time 2:50 in the morning and day. So 5 slash, so May 19th, 2004. Alright, another shorty. I was 11. I was staying up all night playing video game when I heard something outside in the bushes. I was paranoid and the blinds were wide open, so I saw reddish orange eyes. I could also barely make out face with the snout. I fell back in fear and heard a howl outside and then footsteps getting further away when I got back up. 2 minutes later, it was gone. Anonymous. Time 2 a.m. May or June of 2013. That's death. Bro. I am. And Franklin was just the one. Yeah. Bro, I am really convinced now that the creators of this character took inspiration from these stories. Like, you can't. Nah. Uh, like, these are. I am 100% convinced at this point. So, I was driving my girlfriend home from work. Both of us live in a suburb of our small town, so the drive from her workplace is relatively short. On the off thing about our car was the fact that we saw it in a suburb as opposed to wooded or rural areas like other encounters. The moon was full, so we had a lot of light to see, but there were many mature trees in the yards of the house surrounding the road. And surrounding the road, we were moving up. All we saw was a large black blur moving fast, almost as fast as a greyhound at full speed. Alright. Yes, so as fast as both heads were shaken by the experience and headed home. When we got home, my girlfriend and I recanted our experience to her family, who laughed at us for telling them that we had seen such things. They brushed off as a tale and went on with their nightly activity. My girlfriend's two younger siblings were planning on playing a game called Manhunt. It's pretty much a souped up hide and seek. When the two of them headed out, not even 2 minutes after they walked out the door, they both bolted and clearly upset and shaking. Both said they saw exactly what my girlfriend and I had saw, but when they saw it, it was walking on its hind legs under a street lamp. Because of that, they got a clear view of it, and they said it was a dog like was walking on its hind legs on the street. After hearing that, we all as a group of witnesses headed out to my car to search for the beast and to warn other kids playing manhunt about the beast. My girlfriend's siblings have stopped playing manhunt after their experience, and now that we all have a name to what we saw, we are more shaken, wondering if it will be back. Anonymous, around 9 p.m. Date 7/21/2016. That's very scary. I think the scarier part is it's called Clinton County. The only thing that I think is scarier than any cryptid is Hillary Clinton, but that's a story for another time. You saw any of you who saw my show the other day when we were watching Jeremy's reaction to that one video, that one image of Hillary. Oh boy, that. Um, Tumble County. That's a cool name. Tumble, like tumbleweed. Mm-hmm. I saw something on Monday night that still had me totally shaken to my very core. What's the matter? I swear. Ah, no wonder why. Yeah, this is a. I've always loved nature. I love the woods, and I love hiking, camping, and fishing. I'm really into mycology, so I'm looking out for some mushrooms and various types of fungus when I get a chance. Weather was absolutely beautiful on Monday for this time of the year. And, going to use the restroom. Gonna be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. So let's just start over again. I saw something on Monday night that still has me totally shaken to my very core. I have always loved nature. I love the woods. I love hiking and camping, fishing. I'm really into mycology, so I'm all looking for mushrooms and various types of fungus whenever I get the chance. The weather was absolutely beautiful on Monday, and for this time of the year, so toward evening, I decided to round up some of my walleye gear and head down to an old train trestle crossing from the Maho Maho Manhong River in Niles, Ohio. I always I had parked my car about a mile and a half from the trestle. I could walk the tracks and hit a few other spots along the river on my way down there. By the time I reached the trestle, it was pretty much dark. I was wearing a headlamp at the time, so I had depending a depending light source. At this location, there is a lake directly across from the river, the two con- which the two are connected by a small overhead dam. I was there for 15 minutes when all of a sudden this overwhelming feeling of dread came over me. I switched my headlight to light on to turn around and start back up the river, and right behind a big sycamore tree I saw what looked to be a very large animal kind of kneeling beside behind it. As I locked my eyes up on it, I completely froze. Knew I was definitely seeing something there, but my mind couldn't process it. What I could was looking at didn't make much fucking sense. The thing that I kept saying to myself was, animals aren't supposed to look like that. Right as I'm thinking this, it's as if this thing read my mind, stood up, and made itself perfectly visible in the most pretentious way. It almost had this vibe like, yeah, now you see me. You know I'm real. I definitely exist. What are you gonna do about it? I gotta read that. Yeah, now you see me. You know I'm real. I definitely exist. What are you going to do about it? Gato. That sounds like something Death would say, though. Like, I swear that is Death vibes. If you don't get Death vibes from this, I might have to do just a separate video on was it inspired. I'm probably gonna have to reach out to people who worked on this. It's gonna be hard because I'm not sure how many are going to talk to me given my profile picture has a Trump hat. So I'll see how reasonable. I hope so. Heck, maybe I might do a hour podcast with Banderas. Wouldn't be that be something? Uh, as soon as it happened, it kind of hunched over and made its way into the brush. I was out there like a flash. As soon as my feet hit the tracks, I ran and ran the entire way back to my car without stopping. By the time I reached my car, I couldn't breathe. Both my legs were locked up. I was vomiting, and somewhere in between the car running away, and somewhere in between the car and running away, I had pissed myself. It's early Friday morning, and now I think I've only slept for about 6 to 7 hours altogether. I've been constantly searching YouTube and all kinds of stuff, listening to eyewitness accounts, and Unlike these things are encountered quite often. I've heard of the Dogman before, but never really took it seriously. Before the night of this encounter, I always picture a Dogman as looking like some little skittish coyote-looking creature. Man, I love the woods and I love nature. The woods for me was always a safe haven. I could always venture in to escape stress at work, bills, relationship problems. I could always take a nice long hike, go fishing or foraging, and come home feeling 75% better. Now I feel like I was threatened and kicked out of my second home. The only thing I can keep thinking is these things aren't supposed to exist. I feel like a terrified little kid who just came face to face with the dread monster in the closet, the monster the parents told you, no way, hey, assured you wasn't real and couldn't hurt you. People need to be made aware of these things. They are as real as it gets and they are dangerous. Think back to what this thing looked like and how it was built. These things are perfectly adapted killing machine. The way the arms and legs looked, it looked like it was perfectly adapted to walk on all fours as well as on two legs. It was so high and fluent with its movements also. It's not like in the movies where the monster comes charging out of the woods, growling and snarling. These things are the masters of camouflage and they utilize the darkness perfectly. I didn't notice a smell from it, probably because the wind was on my back at the time, but it sure smelled me. Its nose was up in the air the whole time of our encounter, just sniffing away. This experience has torn a huge hole in me. Every time I eat, I get nauseous. I can't sleep for more than 20 minutes at a time, and every time I close my eyes, that thing is all I can see. I'm trying not to dwell in I'm trying to accept what I saw, but it's hard. I'm really glad I found this group and found a few things on YouTube, so I know I'm not alone. Anonymous, 6 p.m. 12/26/16. That's one of the. This person sounds like he got messed. Like I'm seeing a huge conglomerate from 2016 of sighting. That's. I still don't think anything's going to top the broom encounter. The broom encounter, county encounter from New York. I mean, the witness said it spoke to her. See, Scioto County, Ohio. Ooh. Oh boy. I can't wait to shit myself some more. Okay, this took a lot of courage because I've been ridiculed so much for what happened to me. My grandfather owned a cabin. I'm not discussing the location of it due to the fact that I don't want anything to happen to anyone. Hey, my grandfather's cabin was his way of getting the family together for the holidays so we could have a nice Sunday dinner with us all. One day, all of a sudden, Dad stopped abrupt. He wouldn't allow anyone but himself to visit the cabin. But I looked forward to going and shares for years. I asked him why he cares. For years, I would ask him why he was doing that. He never told me why, but when he passed, he left the place to me. I inherited the cabin of my childhood and was ecstatic about that. It was soon after I realized why he did what he did. I would go out and walk the woods on game trails, which are everywhere. I know these woods like I know my own home, so I never had any reason to fear them. It was on one of these that I encountered what people call the Dogman. I was just walking just like any other time. Nothing was different. It was then on one of these game trails I noticed an offshoot small trail that was only 6 to 7 feet back. I could see that something had bedded down there. I thought it was a deer. Then I walked into the bedding area and I soon realized this was an ambush point for whatever made this bed area, and it was massive. My arm hair stood erect and a chill literally ran down my spine. I felt as if I was being watched from different vantage points. Since it was nighttime, I had a tracking flashlight inside him, the latter of which I drew and kept at the ready. I generally feared for my life at this point. All of a sudden, an godly growl was made to my right, about 10 to 15 yards from me, very close indeed. I pissed myself. I was so terrified, I didn't immediately run, fearing whatever it was might take me as threatening. I turned and started heading back on the main trail. When I was about 5 minutes back from the door of my cabin, this thing let out a howl, and I swear felt like it went right through my eye. Then I proceeded to run. As soon as I did, the thing was shaking. For every 5 steps I took, this thing was taking one. That's how fast this Dogman was. I heard the sound of branches being ripped off trees, and I could have sworn I felt vibrations of it running after me. I barely made it to my cabin and slammed the door, locking the 2 deadbolts in the chain lock. Then I turned on my spotlight and shined into the tree line. There were 3 sets of eyes in the tree line that shined vivid yellow with enormous black pupils. I felt as if the thing could read my mind, but I'm not sure it could. All I know is I'm alive and have since heard them many times, but I don't take night hikes anymore and haven't for years. Anonymous. Time 1:35. Day is March the 10th, 2005. That's still not going to top that one. The Broome County, New York one will still be like one of the scariest ones, as something that probably shouldn't be speaking spoke. That's really that one was also pretty terrifying. All right, Pickaway County, Ohio. I have listened to your show and I feel like I can tell you what happened to me one evening while hunting coyote on my father-in-law's land. It was about 6 or 7 p.m. right at dusk when I was in a hunting blind on the edge of a ravine overlooking a cliff about 30 feet down just beyond that cornfield. I was trying to call a few because not a week had passed. One of the neighbor's cows was mutilated, and we all assumed it had to be from a coyote. Well, it was getting very dark, and I was about to leave when I heard steps walking up behind me. I called out in a low voice to my father-in-law, thinking it was him, letting me know I had acknowledged his presence and lowered my crossbow. When I looked out in the mesh, I did not see him, and I was perplexed that he did not call back. This was when I heard sniffing right behind the line, not 3 feet away. I was taken aback and excited, thinking this might have been a coyote coming to see was in distress. I turned slowly in my chair, raising my crossbow, and that's when and that is when I heard the growl. It was very deep and guttural, and I felt a deep dread fall over me. I knew whatever growled that deep was much larger than a coyote. I laid my crossbow down, grabbed my 45 ace piece firearm I carry while hunting, and started to pray. So these are the type of pistols that so I think they the M1911, the famous M1911 pistol, which is still in some service by the U.S. Army after 100 years. I always carry while hunting and started. I felt like I was in serious danger, and I might have fire on my hands. I have been attacked by a wild dog before and still have the scars to this day. What I then saw walking away from the tent changed the course of my life and popped the safety bubble I did not even realize I had been living in my whole life while out hunting or spending time in the woods. I watched a wolf on a tiny leg walk away from my blind along the edge of the ravine and then jumped down and disappear out of my sight. I exhausted and realized I was holding my breath and shaking and holding the 45 up and ready. This creature was at least as tall as me, and I am 5'10", and he was hunched down while walking, so he had to be at least 7 feet tall standing upright. His fur was dark gray, and his back was heavily musculated, very defined. His arms were long and looked like he had hands, and I could see the top of his ears over his hunched back. I never did see his face, but he had legs like a canine. I felt frozen in disbelief. I wanted to both run as fast as I could out of there, but also be still and ready in case this thing came back. After about a minute of deep breathing, I rayed my things and slowly eased out of the blind, keeping my firearm up and sweeping the area as I moved toward my truck about 300 yards away. It was the hardest thing not to run full sprint, but darkness was coming on quick, and I did not want to be out there with this thing. I made it to my truck and headed out of there as fast as I could. Since that night, I've been struggling with what I saw and went through. It is very hard to talk to others. My family is very proper and practical and would reduce what I saw to mere shadow, making a coyote seem much bigger or some such. It is comforting to know after researching that there are others that have seen things like this. I feel better just writing this to you. One other thing happened that I would like to share, but I moved to an old house of 10 miles away from the land where I was hunting, and for about a week, my 2-year-old daughter would tell me about the bad wolf outside. This was about 2 years after my incident, so I did not think much of it at first. She kept on about the bad wolf outside, so I started to get concerned. I told her to come get me again if she saw it. One night around 8 p.m., she comes to me saying the bad wolf outside, and she leads me right to her room on the second story and tells me to look out of the window. We have a floodlight out in the back, a huge chicken coop, and run area about 50 yards back, and then about 10 more yards past the wood line. And I scan outside in the yard and see nothing around the coop, thinking it to be my neighbor's dog trying to get my chicken, and see nothing. I look at the woods line and I see it. Just like before, I see a large wolf creature standing in the woods, straight up and staring right at us. It was standing right between a large wooden cross I had put just at the wood line. The cross stood about 9 feet tall, and this creature was short but not by much. Again, I had crows, and this time I was angry because it was at my home. It was watching my daughter and probably my whole family for knows how long. I picked up my daughter and stared right back at this thing. It had yellowish glowing eyes from the floodlights reflecting. I carried her and called my son into my room while trying to stay calm. I put them both on the bed and go into my gun safe and grab my 45-70 lever rifle and head to the window and see that it's gone. I'm really curious knowing. So this is looks like it's an old-fashioned one, and it was once in service of the army. Actually, the 45-70 from 18. So it's designed in 1872 and is in service from 1873 to 1892. And head to the window and see that it's gone. I did not sleep much that night and had the kids sleep with my wife and me that night. I was staring outside for a long while. I have not seen it or any others since then, and I pray I never do. I live near Circleville, Ohio. Like I said, it feels good sharing with you. Thank you for taking the time. If you made it this far in my story, feel free to share with anyone my experience. Anonymous, 6:45 p.m., November of 2015. Oh, I forgot to share the story. Totally forgot. But, I'll just. And we'll probably be going very long because we still have Bigfoot stuff to get to. We just want to finish up these Dogman encounters, and we're pretty much after we do Jefferson. We're done with Ohio, and we can go on to any other ones. The Sasquatch. So there's no the Sasquatch stuff. I don't know. Oh, where we're going. All right. Let's do this. Jefferson County, Ohio. All right. And a lot of these stories are that it like to seemingly stalk young kids. Huh. Check to see if any of them were on Epstein's flight logs. That's the real question we need. Were any of these dog men or werewolves on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs? I kid, but we're actually almost at the 4-year anniversary. Yeah, 5 days. It'll be the 4-year anniversary since his suicide. All right, my son and I watched what we thought was a Black Panther for 5 minutes, every bit of 7 feet long. Suddenly it sat down and began to watch us. This all happened in a large hayfield. Next encounter. I never carry a gun in the woods, but this day I did. I was snake hunting one summer afternoon, and you should always carry a gun. I don't have any experience, but just from what I've read, carry a gun if you're ever going into dense woods. When saying so, I'm a naturalist, and knew right away nothing in these woods had a growl like that. I raised my gun because I was startled and looked 2 steps back. The creature growled again, and this time I lost all my strength. My whole body turned jelly, and I accepted fate. I didn't have enough strength to hold my gun. I backed out of the way and was grateful it spared my life. Thinking it was the Sasquatch, I returned numerous times with gifts and apologies. This winter 2020, I made my way up there again. I walked upon a creature that I saw kneel down and tuck its head and limbs close to its body. It stood so still, I lifted up my phone to take a picture. I could see the fear and discomfort in the sound when I pointed my phone at it, almost like it would cringe and cower. I got numerous photos of what I thought it was a small Sasquatch until I blew the photos and realized this creature had pointed ears. My best description of this animal would be large bipedal wolverine. I no longer point objects at him. This creature let me live twice, even after pulling a gun on it. I do not believe these creatures are here to harm us, at least not this one. It had me dead to right twice. Thank you for reading and the work you're doing. Anonymous. Time 1 p.m. Date 2018, 2020. I don't know about that. Encounter. So we just did Ohio, Oklahoma, Poto. I'm not even going to say this name. Back in the early 90s, when I was 19 or so, I worked nights unloading trucks at a chain retail department store, back before they turned into superstores. Anyway, several people started to notice that a co-worker looked like she wasn't getting any sleep. One night, she told us, a few of us on her break, that she was having to leave early and take the long way to work back home because she saw something she had previously always she previously always took a road called Moccasin Trail, but one night the week before, while turning into that road on her way back from work, she said she saw a huge werewolf sitting in the grass watching cars go by. She said she had seen it on 4 or 5 occasions and just couldn't take it anymore. She said she was scared that this thing was going to follow her, so she completely avoided this road altogether. The way she described the sign was when she would turn onto the road, her headlights would light up the embankment across the road just enough so that she could see this big werewolf sitting about 30 feet up on the embankment. She said it would sit in the grass with its legs stretched out in front of itself. She said it would most often be leaning back, supporting itself on one or both elbows in a kind of leisurely posture, just watching the cars pass by. She really seemed to be sincerely disturbed by her encounter. Over the years, I have several stories about things happening in there. Native Americans talk about stage in this and shapeshifters in the area. I don't know if it has anything to do with that girl saying or not. I just thought it was worth to mention. Steve B. Tulsa County. I heard my dog barking, growling around 3 a.m. one night. I got up and went to her back door to see what she was barking at. When I did, I saw her running up and down the backyard fence, barking, growling, and urinating all along the fence with her tail tucked in. My first thought was for her. I knew something was wrong. I focused my eyes to see if I could see what she was barking at. I saw something bent over in a circle and was black and looked at a mane like a lion. I looked at it for about 15 seconds and decided to turn to my bedroom and get my head wrapped. Like, I put it on and ran to the back then and saw that it was still there. I carefully turned on the light and shined right on it. When I did, I turned around and looked at then and looked in. It turned around and looked in my direction. Then it ran down the fence with the smaller one in front of it. The best way I can describe it would be to say has the size of a lion. It had yellow eyes, pointed ears, and huge shoulders with a huge chest. It ran on all fours. Also, this thing was so fast it took about 2 seconds to run down the fence line. And this wolf was way faster than my dog. I woke up my wife and told her what had just happened. Then I went to the computer and Googled image. Oh, huge wolves in America under image. And I found a cartoon drawing of someone did. And its head and mane looked just like what I saw. It was called Dogman. Today is April 25th. My sister's birthday. I was listening to an episode 90 of your Dogman program. As I was listening, I heard your story about Dale Robertson. When you said that this happened in the suburb of Tulsa, Oklahoma, I jerked my head around and looked at your website, and I decided to give this report to you so you can warn people about these things. Anonymous. Time 3 a.m. February 2016. Cleveland County next. But don't. This is why you want your dogs inside. I had been up all night at a friend's house in the town of Tree playing video games. I didn't want to sleep there, so I said goodbye and headed home. I knew my car was making funny noises, but I thought surely I could get home. While I was driving down a long stretch of I was driving home on a long, dark stretch of highway with nothing but forest and a few spare country houses. I was coming up to the top of a long hill when suddenly my car stopped pulling forward. The engine revered, but no gears engaged. My speed jolt just went out. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Well, I had no way of getting it back home, so I backed up down the road in neutral and into a side road. I thought about just staying and sleeping in the car, but something told me not to do that. I had an eerie feeling of being watched, so I grabbed my video game key and my machete that I had made from a lawnmower blade and started walking. I kept noticing the feeling of being watched, and it felt like I was being followed. I kept looking behind me. I saw nothing, but when a car passed the headlight hanging in the direction behind me, illuminated the area with its headlights, and I saw something behind me in the ditch, hunched down low. It was huge, and I could tell it looked like an owl, but it had humanoid features. It seemed to have arms, but its head was most definitely a canine. Its head was very large, and eyes glowed red when the lights hit. Well, I've seen enough werewolf movies. This probably wasn't good. So I started running. That probably wasn't the best choice because I know predators like to chase things that run from them. When the car passed, the creature had darted into the trees. I thought it was best and right, so I did. I ran for about a quarter mile and looked back, but I didn't see anything. I kept my pace walking. Well, I kept checking behind me and off to the side where the tree line was, I knew it was still there and probably following me. And yeah, I was afraid, but I also prayed to defend myself with my machete if need be. Let's see. I came up onto another hill and saw a farmhouse off in the distance to my left, down a long dirt driveway. The moon was almost full in the area, and area around the house was clear, so I could see a guy out there messing with his truck as I walked. Then he turned to a spotlight on his truck and spotted me with. I kept walking, but the property said no trespassing, and many out there wouldn't hesitate to unload on a strange trespasser. I knew it was close, again, probably closer now, and I was about to turn around and face it when another car came over the top of the hill and passed by me, going behind me. I followed with my eyes and noticed this time it was a cop. So thinking quickly, I dropped my machete on the edge of the grassland and waved. As he passed, his lights hit the ditch as well, and I saw the dogman was very close, but darted in the trees. When the light hit, thankfully, a moment later, the cop stopped and turned around. He came back and asked me what I was doing. I told him what happened with my car. I didn't mention the dogman, though. He may have thought I was crazy. I did ask for a ride home. He agreed after wanting to check and make sure my car wasn't blocking the road. After we checked, he agreed to take me home. I don't know what might have happened that night if he hadn't show up, and it was the only time I was generally happy to see a police officer. Anonymous, midnight, June of 2000. All right, now, so we're done with Oklahoma. Oregon, just one. I think we're done with Oklahoma. Yeah. So just one in Oregon. So I thought I heard something. All right. We really to get to the Bigfoot stuff. Let's just read this. We gotta get through this quickly. It was 2:30 a.m. and another night of not being able to sleep due to my back pain. I was lying on my side reading when my very close by neighbor's monitor detection light turned on. This happened from time to time. When it turns on, it lights up the entire side of my house. We have lived here 9 years, and I have never once seen anything walk past my bedroom window at night. Since I was facing my large bedroom window, the very bright motion detector light going off caught my attention. I looked up and saw the silhouette of a dogman. I said, "Holy crap," it was walking past my bedroom window. I saw it from mid-shoulders up. The shoulders were huge and its head was huge. It had pointed ears like a German Shepherd dog and a long snout. Its mouth was slightly open, as I saw a large tongue that seemed to be lolling to the side of its mouth. When I saw this creature and spoke these words, I swear that thing slowed down, smirked, and kept going. That's all I. Last week, though, while in my bedroom again, I heard something huge land on the ground behind my bedroom wall. That wall has no windows. I heard deep, kind of raspy breathing. I started praying, pleading the blood of Jesus over my house, grounds it around it, and all. I do this most nights, but sometimes I forget. I'm awake most nights until 3 a.m. or later due to having severe spine issues as well as I'm not fibro. I don't know what this is. If you know what that is, if you're a doctor, please tell me what that is. Ugh. We live in a lovely manufactured homing community. There are a lot of trees around, and it's very close to canals, large open fields, and wood. I know this is what I saw, but the fact I saw has left me amazed. Why is that? Why are why that when so many are also seeing them? I guess I just thought since I am in the house most of the time due to my health, I would never see them. The space between my neighbor's house and ours is about 10 feet. My husband went outside weeks later, once I got the courage to tell him this happened, and measured the area by the window. Dogman had to be at least 8 feet tall. What concerns me greatly is that no one in the police department or government will alert the people to their existence. PR walk around feeling a false sense of security. I know I did. I won't try to even walk outside anymore. And yes, I have cost my neighbors, the ones with security light. I can't think of any other details right now, but it's important for you to know that several years ago, a homeless woman was camping out down by the river here in Albany. She was found dead and her tent was torn up. I believe the police report in the newspaper said she was torn up as well, but I honestly can't remember the details. To the best of my knowledge, no one was ever caught for that crime. This is a sleepy town, just over 5,000 people. We no longer get the newspaper, so I have no idea if this has happened again. I do know that a couple was down by that same area and saw a dogman. It really frightened them badly. I have heard another that I heard about that on another YouTube channel. I just want people to be aware so they don't go out at night anymore, especially near the river. But then we're not near a river, and I saw one in the middle of the night. Thank you for reading this story and for all you do to make people aware of what is really going on out there. Blessing, Anonymous. 2:30 p.m. March of 2009. I'll have to look into that. Trying to look for it. I'm not sure what I would. Trying to look. can't find it because most of the Albany stories are from Albany, New York. Let's see, Pennsylvania. There's actually two. I'm trying to. This is in Washington County, PA. I was hunting down. I was hunting during doe season in the woods. I parked my car on the side road in Washington County, but it was right on the border near Greene County. Anyways, I was near a tree stand looking for deer and heard a lot of rustling leaves near me. I saw this wolf-like thing running on its hind legs. It stopped for a minute, sniffed the air, then ran off. I sat in a tree stand for hours till the sun was high. Then I cautiously returned to my truck. I gave up hunting after that experience. Anonymous. Early morning, November of 1987. Is that the bite of 87? Is that the bite? This is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. My husband was on his way to work around 4 a.m. on a rural road while rounding an S bend when his headlights hit a large, dark brown figure that was sitting about 30 feet off the road, watching the road. He described the figure as about 4 feet tall, sitting with legs bent out in front of it. Wolf-like face, large pointed ears, does not remember eye shine, leaning back on human-like arm. My husband immediately felt endangered and floored his vehicle accelerator. This man had no features of humans. I've known him. This man has no fear of humans. I've known him for 30 years and have never seen him afraid of natural beings. He's hunted, and fished since childhood. It took him a couple of years before he told me about the sighting. He's had his first thoughts was that this thing can catch this heart, rip me out, and eat me if it wants to. He was paranoid and has had his head on a swivel all that day. Still to this day, he cannot drive past that location without feeling the same kind of way. Second sighting occurred in 2010 and happened to a coworker. I noticed she was acting strangely whenever we talked about spooky things, so I asked her what's up. She said, okay, don't think I'm crazy. Then she went on to tell me how one night she was driving home from a late second shift between midnight and 1 a.m., about 5 or so miles from where the first sighting occurred. She had to slow down near a stop to turn onto a road that would take her home. That's when she began to hear what sounded like running alongside her car. That's when she glanced out her driver's window and saw the horrible face. Her first thought was werewolf. She described it as being black and gray in color with large teeth. She said she didn't look at it again, but could hear it running next to her car until she reached 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's no joke on a back road. She was scared out of her wits. After riding home, she ran to the door, dropped the key went inside, closed all the curtains, and did not sleep a wink that night. We're both nurses, and I've known her for about 7 years. She grew up in NYC and is no storyteller. Neither of these people like to talk about their sightings. You can see a change in them when their encounters are brought up. I just don't need to see one to believe them. I know they exist. Time, just after midnight for both encounters, 2007 and 2010. All right. Tennessee, Texas. Then we got Virginia, Washington, West Virginia. We already did Wisconsin, and then we're actually, because we're not going to go on to Canada or other. We might do that for another episode. We've got to get into some Bigfoot action. So let's see. Tennessee encounters. There's a good amount. Hamilton, Jefferson, Dixon, and Knox. Hamilton, those are named after founding fathers. Laugh at me. I really don't care. I don't know why. Oh, it looked like a cross between a guy and a wolf. I kid you not. I was on my way home from work. I was maybe 10 minutes from the house, coming up a big hill. I suddenly got the strangest feeling, so I slowed down, thinking a deer was going to come out of the woods or something. I just felt like I was being watched or followed. There were no cars in front of me or behind me. Right. I got to the top of the hill and slammed my brake because as soon as I got to the top of the hill, this huge black hairy thing comes bouldering across the road. It was so big when I ran, its back arched up like a chia, but only a lot more than that. I know that if it would have stood up, it would have been well over 6 feet tall, maybe taller. I also know another car saw it too because when I hit the brakes, another car turned onto that road and slammed their brakes too. We both sat there for a few minutes, not really safe considering I know. Not really safe considering I know, but I was in shock. I truly have no idea what it was that I saw. It was not a dog or a horse. Dogs do not get that big or Arthur Bag acts like this thing did when I was running. The arms, legs, whatever it had, were so long it was having to throw them out to the side. Think crab walk just to run. And the appendages it had were just as big as it was. It ran from one side of the woods to the other nonstop, like it was either going after something or running away from something. I honestly have no idea what the holy freaking hell it was I saw. I don't care if you laugh at me. I know I saw. Person's really insistent. I mean, that seems that. What do you think? Holy crap. That sounds really scary, though. In Jefferson County, let's see. I'd like to tell you about the encounter my son had maybe 4 years ago. He told me about it then, but I had no clue. Now we have Dogman encounters, and now I know. Here's what happened. My son's friend was driving him home about 11 p.m. through a rural residential area. The houses are spaced some distance apart. They were on a 2-lane highway with no streetlights and very little traffic. The area is not overly wooded but has patches of trees and fields. This area would probably be included in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. Anyway, they were driving along when suddenly he, from the right side of the road, this thing sprang out and was across the road and into the bushes on the other side in 2 leaps or bounds or steps or however you want to say it. It was in full view because of their headlights. My son said the first thing he thought was dog. He wanted to say that it was running on all fours like a deer. He said it was the color of a deer with a huge dog head, massive shoulders, and a really small waist. He kept repeating how big it was, so I asked for comparison. I asked if he meant huge, like maybe a big deer, or was it maybe as tall as a cow? He answered, and I can quote his answer: Mom, this thing was massive. If we hit, the car would have gone underneath it, and its body would have hit the windshield. I don't remember what kind of car it was, but it was about the size and shape of one of those older Sentras. Gotta see what this. Oh, he said that neither he or his friend said anything about thing for about 10 seconds, and then his friend yelled, "Did you see that?" My son said yes, and they didn't say another word for the rest of the way. And that's it. It's really creepy to me, and I thought other listeners might might to, and that's it. It's really creepy to me, and I thought other listeners might to hear about it. Like it should be there's like might it should be might like to hear about it. Thank you, Vic, for your show. I really enjoy it. Anonymous, time 11 p.m. So the date of this was in 2012. Let's see. So we did Jefferson, Dixon. My mother, grandmother, and my 2 younger brothers and I were driving back and forth between Dixon and Waverly, Tennessee. It was a summer vacation, and my grandmother would visit family in those areas. I am the oldest child and usually was the only one awake in the backseat as we drove around. I noticed that what I thought was a brown bear on a ridge 250 to 300 yards from the road. Now, there are black bears in more eastern parts of Tennessee, so I thought this was a find to see a large brown bear in that far in Middle Tennessee. I spent a large amount of my youth in nature, and I am sort of an amateur biologist as an adult. I love animals and the outdoors. I say this to let it be known. I know a wolf from a fox and a badger from a beaver. This bear was sitting down on the ridge and was watching traffic go by. I noticed it was very large and unusually muscular. Its back legs were way too long. It was sitting more on haunches than the usual bear. Bears typically splay their feet out in front and sit on their bottoms. Its head seemed large and oddly shaped for a brown bear too. As we drove by, I remarked to the adults I was seeing a bear, and of course nobody looked. I also noted that as we drove by, it seemed to be looking at our car. Its head was shaped a lot more like a husky's, like the huskies we were raising than a grizzly to me. It turned its head, and the profile was fond for a large husky to my 12-year-old mind. We were driving no more than 45 miles per hour, so I got a pretty good look at this. In fact, we traveled back and forth on that stretch of road for over 3 or 4 days, and about the same time, I'm and it was and about the same time every year. I know I saw at least 3 times. I know I saw it at least 3 times total in the same area, and it was doing the same thing each time. It must have liked to watch traffic. I attempted to point out every time, and I called my other youngest brother, or briefly saw all once apiece. Of course, we all thought it was an odd sight and had no clue it was anything other than a bear. The memory of its odd shape, strange location for a brown bear, and its odd movement stuck with me for many years. It didn't move like a bear. When I saw it moved like a dog. When it turned its head or body, it crawled on all fours, more like a primate mixed with a great cat than a bear too. My young mind just chalked up to a strange but normal animal. But I had never been able to fully rationalize it as a bear. Fast forward to about 2015, and am now well aware of what I saw thanks to a show called Dogman Encounters. I can put this odd sighting to rest. Thanks for reading this. It is more of a sighting than an encounter, but I decided to pass it along. I will say I'm not traumatized like many people seem to be when they see these things. I have been struggling to properly label this entity. I've always felt it wasn't a bear. I am glad that Mr. Cundiff has a place for all of us to share our stories and help each other cope with what we've encountered. Anonymous, time 11 a.m., date 1985. So that was like 30 years ago. Well, from the encounter to when he told the story. Knox Tally. We were done with Tennessee, and I think we move on to Texas. Ugh. All right, and good. It's a shorter one. It's a shorty. All right. Let's see. Just gonna check anything else. All right. So my father and I were driving late at night near a wooded area. No cars or houses were nearby. My father and I both noticed an 8-foot tall creature in the woods. It had a wolf-like face. Its eyes were huge and glowing. It had the body of a man and it was black. It was standing like a human would. It made eye contact with us and ran extremely fast since Ulo Wood area. My dad and I call it Catman. We would make jokes about it from time to time. We tried to tell other people about our encounter and they just laughed at us. Anonymous. 12 a.m. June of 2015. So we have Knox done, and that is Tennessee done. Texas, then we have like 3 left because we already did Wisconsin. And I'll probably have to watch because I know that Vic likes to upload on Friday, so I'll probably listen to that one after this. I'm done with this because we still have to get the. I'd like to listen to that, but it's probably a long one. Like, let me go and. No, he didn't actually upload yesterday. Is he on vacation? I still wish that Vic would have something on his Bigfoot saying website like he does on his Dogman, where you could check to see. All right, the Bigfoot kind things that people have submitted. Like, I'm not sure. Hmm. Uh, Events research. I'm trying to. I'll have to wait. I'm trying to. Hmm. I'm trying to find. Hmm. Ah, found it. I found these. All right. So once we're done with Doc, we'll start to get to some Bigfoot stuff. I don't know how much Bigfoot stuff, but I've already wasted enough time looking for that. All right. So Freestone, Texas. I was out at my grandpa's parents' house hunting coyotes as usual this time of the year. I was hiking through my next door neighbor's land to get to the wood covered land in the back. While I was hiking, I got the feeling I was being followed by something to my right. I stopped and switched the tint on my headlamp to my spotlight, but didn't see anything. Then I switched back to my headlamp and pulled my rifle back up and continued my hike. It's around 8:15 a.m. and the sun was just coming up. I was sitting in a hide I'd made the day before. That's when I saw something behind a group of trees on my left. It was crouched. I raised my rifle, looked through my scope, and froze when I saw this creature staring back at me. I panicked and fired a shot off. That's when it stood up and took off deeper in the woods. I sat there and probably another I sat there probably another 15 minutes before I decided it was safe to head in, and so I did. Later that day, I grabbed my grandfather and we both went out to where I had seen the creature when I was hood up on its two legs and took off. We measured where I had seen it, and it was roughly 7.5 feet tall. To this day, I'm terrified to go out at night or in the early hours of the morning. Anonymous. Time 6:15 a.m. and date was 4/23/16. So there's that. So that was from Freestone County. Now we go to El Paso County. So near the border with Mexico. Oh, this is from 1968. I wanted to share a story of an encounter me and a bunch of friends had back in 1968. To this day, I still think about it. Kind of hard to forget, no matter how hard I've tried. Anything I saw today must be understood as words of someone only 11 years old. But I'll try and make myself as clear as I can. On a summer evening in 1968, an older cousin, a group of friends, and I decided to play baseball near a baseball field. The field was about 4 or 5 blocks away from where I lived at 3621 Richmond Ave, and the field was southeast from my house. Anyway, we all got together and were playing. There wasn't enough of us to play team to team match, so we were rotating one pitcher, one fielder, and the catcher while the rest bat. There are some train tracks that run parallel to the baseball field. I mentioned this because of what happened next. My time came up to pitch, and my older cousin was feeling. One bite hit a foul ball and went over the fence or the railroad track. By then, it was getting a little past dusk, though the field lights weren't too bad. There was a man sitting close to where the ball rolled stop. My cousin ran toward the fence and yelled at the men to throw the ball back to us. He ignored my cousin, so I ran over and yelled as well. The rest of the guys came over and we started to cuss the guy for ignoring us. None of us wanted to get near the guy, though. Something about him didn't feel right. One of the guys picked up a rock and threw at what we thought was a bump. The rock came close, but it didn't hit the guy. Then a group of guys started to throw a rock. That's when crap hit the fan. This guy turned towards us slowly and dropped to all fours. What we all next by the dim light was not a man, but a snarling wolf-like creature. My cousin was the first to react by yelling, "Werewolf!" He turned and ran, followed by the rest of us. We ran as a group. Some were lucky and made it home first, peeling off from the rest of us one by one. My cousin and I ran to my house and spent the night there. We told my parents what we had seen, and they blew off. My mom told us what you probably was the devil himself for staying out past dusk. Being Hispanic, we always had holy water around the house. We had blessed the house, and especially my bedroom. None of us slept that night, and any noise would make us jump. The next morning, all of us all the guys grew up enough courage to go back and investigate. We found our ball where it had landed, but no visible tracks of anything. Everyone but me agreed we had seen a werewolf. I kept asking how could it have been a werewolf when there was no full moon. Have dogman sightings been reported near El Paso? And no, I don't want to be on your or be identified. The few people I've told over the years laughed at me or thought I was crazy. I'm an old man now, but I need to get this off my chest. Anonymous. Time 7:30 p.m. Date 6/27/1986. So, Brazos County in Texas. All right. I was driving on an unpaved backcountry road about 50 miles. Suddenly there was something in front of my driver's side headlight. I didn't see until it was there. I didn't see it running across the road. It was like it just showed up. Poof. It was traveling to the left. I caught that glimpse of it and then it was gone. I had hit the brakes when I saw it. So I was then going around 20 miles and looked in the direction it went and saw nothing. It was a flat, salt grass prairie with no trees, so I should have been able to see it. At the time, with the knowledge I had, the only name I had for it was werewolf, but now I would call it Dogman. It was a bipedal black wolf. Its legs were really skinny, backwards looking, and it was hunched over so that the arm hung low. It was at least 5 feet tall, bent over like it was. It was at least 5 feet tall, bent over like it was. If it were standing, I guess it would gain at least a foot and a half. It had a thick torso, but not too thick, with long hair, like small cape across the shoulders and upper back down to the end of shoulder blade. The rest of its body was covered with short hair or almost hairless. It had a shaggy tail. Anonymous, 11 p.m., 1994. Last one is Trinity County. My encounter happened 20 or so years ago, way before what I saw even had a name. My encounter with what you call a dogman happened one afternoon as my family and I were returning home from a shopping in town. I was living in a little town in East Texas at the time, and we had lived about 10 solid minutes from any real sign of civilization. The town itself at the time had a population of 500. It took 10 minutes of dirt road driving just to get to the gas station and general store. The nearest town was called Lufkin, and its population at the time was around 30,000. Uh, we were heading home, and we're just on the first part of the longest dirt road we had ever traveled down. There were several large hills that would make your stomach turn if you hit them too fast. We had just gone over the first one of them on our journey when I saw something up ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer. It was large and brown and was jumping over a barbed wire fence on the right side of the road. It leapt over the barbed wire fence and managed not to only to clear the fence, but landed roughly in the middle of the road. This already made me perk up a little, as this was an impressive jump even for a deer. After we got closer, whatever this was took an impressive lunge and made its way to the other side of the road, just shy of the barbed wire fence on the side of the road. It never stopped, but it continued up the embankment. I swear that as it propelled itself up the side, it looked back at us over its shoulder, as if it was deciding who or what we were. Not sure. Ruben Kimball. Uh, Time 4:30 p.m. Date 3/20/2021. So Texas, we have gone out of the way. And now we move to Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, and we are done. And we can move on to some Bigfoot. And just one in Virginia, Camden. My stepdad lived. All right. My dad lived in Virginia when he was around the age of 8, right on the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp. According to him, he was in bed one night when the sky was cloudless or very bright. He never thought until recently whether the moon was shining or not, and saw a beast looking right through his window at him. He said he could see spittle running down its face, and its eyes were looking straight at him. It was supposedly standing on its hind leg, had cream, red, and brown colored matted fur, and a face almost like a wolf. Other than its snout, its facial features were very human. Its jawbones were high. The structure around its eyes and its eyes themselves were very human-esque. The coloring, he believes, were yellow. The reason why I think this is interesting, let's see, the Great Dismal Swamp. It's on the border of North Carolina and Virginia. It's very large. Um, the reason why I think this is very interesting and possibly valid is because the Great Dismal Swamp is a huge amount of territory that is hardly touched by humans. Only in recent years have people started to study its inhabitants. The grounds are wet, mossy, and absorb sound, and the people have been known to wander into and never return. Who knows what could be lurking in the unknown? Chills to my bone. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that he crawled out of bed and went straight to his mother's room in the morning. In the morning, when they looked out the house, all the windows had ground that was stirred up under them, and the grass was yanked out. There were little scratches in the windows in the wood under his window, and the paint was missing. However, as far as they could see, there's no discernible footprints, which is something in a lot of these encounters, which is almost seems like there's some sort of supernatural entity. But that was the only one from Virginia. Now we go to Washington, which there's also only one. And it's my first encounter happened late at night while driving home to Snohomish from Sultan, two towns being about 10 miles apart. I was with my mother, and we had just finished dropping off a friend at her home in Sultan. It was late October, and there was an unusual storm going on that night that everyone talked about the following day. Tremendous cloud to cloud lightning and a very cold, dry wind with no rain. Bright flashes of light, loud thunder, and a lot of leaves blowing around. After dropping off our friend, we were on a stretch of road that's very dark with farmland on each side of the Highway 2. And both sides having densely wooded hills. We were driving a Honda Accord, and at this one particular spot in the road, something caught my eye off to the left side, which was a farm field, and there was a break in the guardrail for a dirt road going into the field. Right when we were even, I saw what looked like a huge dog coming up, and right then ran in front of our car and hit it. We could see the top of its back, which we both swear looked more like a hyena at this point than a dog. It had to be huge to see its back over the hood of the car when you're sitting pretty low to the ground in a Honda Accord. Its fur was shaggy brown and mottled with dark spots, just like a hyena, and its front seemed higher than its back. The headlights lit it up as it ran right in front of our car, and we could see it get hit, but didn't see it go either up in the air or off to the right side of the car. It was running from the left side of the highway to the right. We were driving westward. It sent my car into an uncontrollable swerve back and forth into the oncoming lane, and I just prayed I could get this under control to keep from getting into head-to-head collision what looked like maybe a Ford Aerostar van. A calmness came over, and I felt like my guardian angel had taken control of the steering because we missed the van by a few inches. After going a little ways further, we both looked so shook up I pulled off to the side. My mom wanted to go look for the dog, but because we both love animals, felt bad about hitting something, but I had a bad feeling about looking for a dog because it had looked so strange, and I was afraid of it. It was dark and stormy, and it didn't feel safe, and I just wanted to go home. We got back in the car and stopped at a little gas station when we got into Monroe, which is the next town between our town and Sultan. We got out to look in front of the car, thinking surely there would be some sort of evidence of hitting. What? Alright. God. Sorry, my sister's leaving. We got out to look at the front of my car, showing evidence of hitting something out. We were going the highway speed when we hit that thing, which is 60 miles per hour, like a dent, some fur, or blood, but there's nothing, not a scratch. The whole, a very supernatural feel to it. The look of this dog, which was huge, looked more like a hyena, just didn't seem right. Neither did the timing of its running in front of us. Like it wanted us to stop on the dark stretch of road and get out of my car, which we did, but we got right back in it. I never saw it on two legs. It ran all fours, but there's something so calculated about the way it ran up the highway and looked at our car and ran in front of it. It seemed planned. It was like a strange electromagnetic type of storm that night too. The next day, people we knew lived. The next day, people we knew that lived miles and miles apart in many different directions, all talked about the storm in one particular loud thunderclap that shook everyone's home. They all thought it was directly over their houses, but they were all miles apart. I have three more encounters which occurred after this first one. I'm pretty sure this happened in October 1997, no later than 1998. Ruth T. That's strange. So Washington, West Virginia, Hancock. So just two more, and then we can move on to some Bigfoot sightings. So let's see how. This looks like it's going to be a long one. I'm a 32-year-old lady from the very northern tip of West Virginia. Most of my life has been lived in Hancock County. When I was little, we crammed in tents, walked everywhere, hiked parks, all that outside goodness. In my teen years, we started to going to state park to ride horses. I've been to Tom Wilson Run, Beaver Creek State Park, Salt Fork, Raccoon Creek, and Visa Park. I think that's the one. I think that was the name. We have a friend who was constantly inviting us to ride on people, and she received permission from. Well, I'm acquainted with the local wildlife. I've seen all the major players, including coy dogs and bears. What is that? Just another name for? It's a hybrid of a coyote and a dog and bear, and can identify most sounds in the forest. I love watching nature documentaries. I was looking to become a vet, so I studied a lot of animals, drawing and painting them. Got very acquainted with animal analogy. Was I ever in herpetology? Yes, I was a dino crazy little girl. My one babysitter had readers digest the mysteries of the Iron Plain. The thought of a plesiosaur scored in Scotland or a Apatosaurus in the Congo was mind blowing. Was just mind blowing. Later in life, I started looking at it like folklore. It was interesting to read the accounts and learn the theories behind what people were seeing, but I did believe in them as much as a folklorist believes in dragons and trolls. I didn't have any interest in Bigfoot. I never heard of the Dogman. I never had interest in, nor did the thought of ever thoughts ever cross my mind. It seems I didn't need to go looking. They found me. I'm just thinking back to Puss in Boots when he's like, "Death is after me." We moved to the farm when I was about 10. My mom's dream was to have horses, and she finally was able to live it. The farmland was haunted, mainly by the former residents of the house. I never felt threatened by them, though. It's a little unnerving to have two men talking and moving the couch you're sitting on, or should I say, sound like it. No one was home, no media was on, and yeah, here I was hearing two men talking about how they were going to move the couch and the sound of furniture being dragged right from under me. The land itself had its share of strangeness. Most things were benign, though. We just shrugged and carried on. I honestly hate our woods. Anywhere else, I'd freely hike, but even in the yard, sometimes I felt watched. Heck, sometimes I thought something was staring in our windows. Now that I think of it, we did have things slam into our trailer. I think it was a horse that had gone loose, but when I'd go outside to investigate, I'd find nothing. I chalk it up to a deer. I used my horses very for their names myself rather than think of me myself. Anyone who knows me knew my horse's name. I was 18 and 19 in this encounter, but by the time we gave up on cows, I hated them, and just had the horses and chickens. Someone knocked on the door at 2 a.m. I'd only been asleep for 2 hours, but years of conditioning had my heart pumping and beating and my mind clearing. Someone had just knocking that meant early meant trouble. It usually meant horses or livestock had gone out. I wasn't disappointed. Our neighbor said the horses in his yard said the horses were in his yard. My mind wasn't totally awake, so I didn't think to ask which yard they were in. My stepfather came out, asked what was up, and they told me they were my horses, so deal with it. My mom was working. That was nothing new. This lot of horses had 3 escape hours. I had the routine down. It was pretty dark out, but I did have some moonlight to help. The security light was the secure light only went so far. Then, of course, it shut off after so long. When it was cloudy, you literally had to watch that you didn't walk off into a ravine. It was so pitch. I was naturally in a foul mood, cursing my horse and wondering if some drunk had gone the fence. Hence, again, it happened a lot. As I got closer to the brown bar, I realized the horse was flipping out. It was running back and forth, squealing and carrying on. I went in, grabbed the halters and leads, and paused for a minute to see if any horses had replied to the horse I heard squeal. That would give me an idea where the other horses or horse might be. There was no reply. That was odd. I was thinking, crap, they're on the other side of the hill. The only reason that came to my mind, it was the only reason in my mind they wouldn't be replying. Let's just say when they followed our cut trails to the other side, it took us an hour to traverse through the woods and lead them back. And even with 2 guys on a fork-wheeler and my mom, it was a freaky trek. I felt like I was being watched and followed. Maybe it wasn't as paranoia. So the land is set up like this. The brown barn was connected to a small pasture about half an acre long, which is pretty much in the center. On the outside edges of the large pasture was an old white barn that we turned into a run-in. I decided to tackle the horse still on the fence so I can bring her down to the small pasture to keep her from escaping too. Maybe the others would follow. I had to walk to the other side of the pasture to get the panicking horse. It was my mother's psycho Appaloosa mare. I tried to catch her and nearly got trampled a few times trying. She was frothing at mouth and her eye lights were really showing. Was I alarmed? No. I said, psycho. I noticed my other six across the road. They were standing in a tiny little fence area under a spotlight. They were standing motionless and not touching a blade of grass. I was wondering how the neighbors managed to heard them into a tiny fenced area with that tiny door. Three of those horses were over 6 hands tall. One was a draft horse cross. The doorway was actually small enough to be touched both sides. Going through my thoroughbred, it took me 2 hours to curl. Last time she got out, much to my frustration, she was an awesome jumper. So a string running them up and putting them into a tiny yard was mind blowing. I had horses since I was 9, and I'm 32 now, and I've had ponies and horses. I've had Appaloosas, Arabians, draft horses, quarter horses, walking horses, saddlebreds, thoroughbreds, Mustang, foals, geldings, mares, and geldings that still thought they were stallions. I've had a lot of horses from all walks of life. I will tell you, they constantly do not like to be crammed into tight spaces, especially not in a group. I had 2 severely abused horses I was rehabilitating. A thoroughbred that actually had PTSD and a racking horse that actually took me 3 years to touch without some sort of bad reaction. They did not like being in stalls, but one were and all but one were mares. Mares were extremely moody, and 2 of mine were particularly vicious. To those they didn't like. My walker mare only like 3 other horses. She could have been kicking the crap out of the others. Mine also didn't like to be under light when they escaped. They avoid them like the plague, and not eating grass that was over an ankle deep, that was unheard of. They were silent and dead still. My neighbor came out and told me that they were like that when he found them. He asked me if I need help. I said no, but my thoroughbred and racking horse did not like men. I told him I'd take them out one at a time. I took one halter and lead and threw the rest outside the gate. I put the hauler on my gelding and opened the gate to lead him out. They had each other plans though. All 6 came out as a freaking out. They were literally chest to butt crammed together. My gelding and my Welsh mare had their chests pushed against me as well as we walked back to the brown barn. Normally they did not do this. I wouldn't usually allow such bad behavior. We were walking on the main road, which I did not like. The speed limit is only 35, but people go 60. So I tried to lead them through the large pasture gate. They wouldn't even go on that side of the road, though. I was a little unnerved by their behavior. So I led them down to the brown barn, and they were in. They were skittish, though, picking at the hay I threw out, walking around restlessly, sticking to the barn like glue, and eyes under and eyeing the upper pasture. I rationalize it by thinking that it's the appy flipping out and it's unnerving them. And why hadn't she come out yet? She had to have seen us all walking down. I rushed to the gate between the little and big pastures out of a habit. I didn't want the herd to go back into the big pasture. I didn't have to worry. They didn't follow me like they usually did. The gate was wide open, but the yappy was still running and squealing back and forth in the same area. I started to go get her. Now the neighbor's security lights didn't really have. Now the neighbor's security didn't really lay up my pasture. The road was higher than my pasture, so it was a cast in a shadow. I could make out her shape and some details. She looked off at a panic gallop, swerving sideways and jumped the stream. When she landed nearly on her head, she caught herself though and took off in a dead gallop. I ducked behind a stump. If she would have hit me, I would have been dead. I went back and changed. Yeah, I decided to forego looking over her until I got the hollows and leads. She was too hot at the moment. I decided to walk on the road instead of through the pasture again. The pasture was uneven, unlit, and full of spring. Sometime during this, clouds had taken over the sky, so there was no moonlight to see it by. The spot was on a road where I was at. Was paved and pretty well lit. Though my neighbor was paranoid as mentioned. I had almost gotten to the white barn when I suddenly got an urge to stop and look at a very specific spot in my pasture. I would say it was instinct that told me to look, but usually I scan the woods first to see what was watching me. That's usually where the watchers are. Instead, I just flicked on my flashlight right at a certain block. It was extremely close to where the mare was flipping out. I saw red eyes shine. My first thought was, why would a deer be out there with all that chaos? I was feeling a sense of extreme dread and didn't know why. Besides, it was where my house was, where my horse was going nuts. Only something wasn't right. Then I realized where the eyes were relative to the walnut trees and my girls. See, the road is above the pasture and the walnut trees were right at the same elevation as the road. The pasture itself was sloped to deal with the runoff from the road. The barrel it was next to was on the lower end of the incline. The barrels were white, so I could see a dim light from my flashlight on the one it was next to. This thing was too freaking big to be a deer. I was frozen standing there, watching it. I had this feeling it was evil and that I had to keep track of those eyes. It was watching me. It slowly blinked a few times. It also looked over into the woods above the pasture. I know you asked your guests if they ever feel there are other ones out there. Well, let me tell you, it crossed my mind with a stinking stomach. I flashed my flashlight over the woods to see if I would catch eye shine. I didn't see anything though, so I went right back to the eyes. They were still there. I flicked back for making sure nothing was sneaking up behind me. I don't know how long I stood there watching frozen. Something could have come around and the bend and hit me with. Someone could have come around the bend and hit me with the car. I was so focused. Finally, it started to move. It glanced at me sideways a few times. Only one eye. I think it went into the copse of trees around the creek. I heard nothing. That wasn't a surprise. No, the horses were still restless and making noise. I stood there a long time after, looking for eyeshine. I was wondering if it could have been a bear. I didn't think. Oh, those eyes were constant in the height until it disappeared. Bears are clumsy on their back legs. On this uneven incline ground, I have no doubt a bear would have dropped to the ground to us all fours. Even the rear up and down behavior bears do when they are trying to see something. when we had to cross our pasture before. He made a lot of noise going through, but the horses settled down quicker with the bear. I was almost to my neighbors at this point. I considered leaving the couple $100 of tack at his house. Halters and leads aren't cheap. I had no doubt if I left them there, they'd be gone in the morning. My mother would be pissed. So I darted over, grabbed them, and ran like a bat out of hell. I know, I shouldn't have left the tack. I also know you're not supposed to run, but I couldn't even conceive what I had just seen. I just got to the barn, threw the tack down, and hung with the horses. I wasn't going back to the pitch black driveway on foot. I figured with horses, I'd have warning, and the barn had plenty of sharp thing. I didn't go back up until dawn. I was frozen stiff by that time. I was frozen stiff by that time. I had years to think this over. It was it unnerved the crap out of me. How long was that thing there? Was that what was keeping the Appy mare from coming down? Was it right there in the shadows while I was trying to catch her? Or was it the unlit barn I walked through to get to the road? The reason the Appy swerved and nearly fell. How did my horses get out? I never did find how they got out. Did they panic and jump the fence? I did check the fence line away from the woods. I did look for tracks around the barrel. Sadly, the ground was hard from the frost that morning, but I will say the Appy mare was running for a good while. The ground seemed severely torn up and turned into a mighty mess. It was high noon when I went down there to check, and the ground was melted. I'll bet it was her that woke up the neighbor up. It took them about a week to fully settle down. I don't know what it was. Whatever it was still in the area, or if they were that traumatized. It wasn't too long after my mother filed for divorce. My ex-stepfather got the farm, and I moved with her into the city. Even with all the weird crap going on there are non-bipedal things going on too. I miss it. Really, it's more accurate to say I miss farm life than the actual place. I'd love to get back on the farm again, but I'll probably hesitate to move back there. I've never told anyone about the eye shine event. I didn't actually see the creature, and really, how do you convey unnatural horror inclined feeling? You saw eye shine, whoop-de-doo. My mother would have given me the benefit of the doubt. My mother often told my family members things. They made my life enough of a living hell. I didn't want to give them more ammo. Anonymous. Late night. Date 2002. That was a long ass story. And we learned some stuff about horses. Preston. Thank God it's a short one. No, I think I was coming home from Taekwondo in class in Morgantown, it should be West Virginia. Just outside Mansontown, this big dog-like thing jumped off the cliff of the driver's side of the road. I hit my brakes and came to a halt. It stood in the middle of the road. Its teeth were bare and in a snarl. I thought it was going to attack. Just then a car came from the opposite side. The other direction. The car came to a stop and the thing jumped from the middle of the road over the embankment. Anonymous. Date 7:30 p.m. Date 1995, and we are done with the Dogman encounter for now. open the U.S. I know we already did Wisconsin. Uh, what? Um, sorry if you heard that. So now we can get into some Bigfoot action. So I'm gonna give it, but I'm just gonna pull it up.
Hi, this is Carlos of the Chronicles.
I don't know what's going
This is
on.
my first video.
Hmm. I'm going to see if I can find a better website. Because I wish that there was a website. I wish that they had this where you could click and it would say encounters. It says submit a guest request. Uh, I can't find. So I guess this is just going to be the best we have. However, let me actually get some. I just want you to. So we're going into the Bigfoot section. let's go to this one. This is Sasquatch Watchers. They're a good channel for this stuff, and this is the typical stuff you see when discussing Bigfoot. You have the howls, the knocks, that type of shit. And we're going to see how long. I haven't even reached 4 hours yet. Texas police officer reports.
Absolute check is it? I'm starting to regret that I stopped at this rest stop. And they say Bigfoot isn't real? I don't ever want to stick my arm up.
Wow, let's play that again.
Is that? Is that?
Kind of sounds similar.
What the absolute fuck is it?
May 2.
Let's actually go to listening. So this looks more like an owl to me. I could be wrong though. Then there's this one. This guy says a Bigfoot is coming up to his house, and I don't think it's in this one. It's in another one where he says that there was a massive print up against the window.
Loud knock, probably about 50 yards this direction, and they spooked us a little bit. Less than 5 minutes later, we heard just a god-awful roar.
And I'm gonna, because I remember a couple of years ago I went to Vermont and we rented this very nice house. It was on the edge of the mountains, and I know Vermont it's famous with champ and allegedly plesiosaurs there. This is from Burlington. This is where and I've seen rural Vermont. That's something.
Yeah, we're like, it was probably about half a mile away. So within 3 to 4 minutes, whatever it was, I'm guessing whatever made the knock, had went from 150 feet away to a good half a mile away. So this is over the ridge. There's a holler over this ridge right here. We heard a loud knock, probably about 50 yards.
That's just creepy. Someone said this could be a dog man. That's creepy. This could be fake. Not sure. This is a NBC.
For Frank Sisensky.
Is Bigfoot a proper name for a Sasquatch?
That's what people just nicknamed it.
He's the self-described Sasquatch researcher who taught me that big feet is never the plural for the hulking, hairy beasts some believe to be roaming the woods.
It's known to be up to 8 foot tall, the same as the abominable snowman.
I have a lot to learn.
Yes.
So how did the Hubbardton, Vermont retiree become such an expert? Well, he insists he captured a Sasquatch on camera.
This is where the creature was crouching down in this position right here.
Sisensky remembers wanting to know who or what was taking all the apples from his tree in September 2010. His outdoor camera photographed a coyote, then this.
My God, what in the world is that?
Folks from all over contacted Sisensky with ideas.
And I just got a email and a call from Australia.
He believes this blurry figure is a long-haired female Sasquatch, about 400 pounds, with a baby in tow.
It's either protecting its young or picking it up, we don't know.
One biologist we reached with Vermont's Fish and Wildlife Department said he just was not interested in talking about this. He said even suggesting that this story is legit would be a waste of his time, and Sisensky is used to that kind of skepticism.
They're going to call you a nut.
Others have told him this is more likely an owl, but he's not budging.
An owl?
Buying a vanity plate.
I'm surprised the license plate wasn't already taken.
I know.
And decorating his lawn with Sasquatch statues.
This guy's in pretty good shape. He's got good pecs and abs.
But that's exactly what one would look like right there.
So until he gets a clearer view of the real thing, Frank Sisensky will keep battling the non-believers.
It can't be anything else but.
And searching for proof that Bigfoot is roaming the Northeast. In Hubbardton, Vermont, Jack Thurston, NECN.
All right. I'm not sure. Should we get... What is that thing?
Those eyes are wide too. Look at that.
It could be a dog man.
And those are big eyes. Hello. You cocked? Oh.
This has definitely caught our eye. Let's look at this again.
This tree is growing straight up. You can see this little one right here. You can see that there's 5, 10 more right around me that are growing straight up. It is a good 40, 50 feet tall. Not a little sapling. I've got one tree here. There's another sapling there. There is another tree over here standing up straight that not only has these two trees interwoven in with it, but it also has the vines. And this tree right here, guys, that my hand is pointed on, cannot fall over the vine, okay? It would be over. The vine is now over and woven through. The vine is holding the structure up. There is a little canopy right here, okay? This is something where it's been sitting here on the hill, perched over, and it's watching this family. This family is their entertainment. This tree is
You see that?
Did you raise your light to that, Toby?
Which one?
That
Right
one?
here? Yeah. There's no animal that's going to do that.
No. And if you look up there at the front, it looks like fist marks or something that like at the
Up
top where the
top.
tear is.
Yep.
Looks like a fist mark where something's punched in. Did you raise your
Gigante captado.
The heck? I saw that thing moving.
Did you raise your light?
Gigante captado.
Person says big. I don't know. Honestly, I want to get David Paulides on for one of these. He's maybe get him and Lauren Holman on. Well, heck, I probably should have brought them up. Heck, if they ever come back on, I might read them some of these Dogman stories, get their opinions on it. Because those I think that one of them was really the creepiest one ever. All right. Enough horseradishing around. Let's get to this. So, BFRO Class A. Suwannee County, Florida. Submitted by witness WB on July 17, 2015. Investigated by B. Christian on October 15, 2011. Location details. It's my land. I am here when I'm not working. Nearest town, Live Oak. Nearest road, Highway 90. Observation. I was out behind my house smoking, walking my dogs around 6:30 p.m. just before dark. My backyard is grass for about 100 yards. Then it is, the heavy woods, about 4 acres total. My dog just froze in place looking towards the woods. I was asking them what's wrong. What do you see? They stayed still, gazing into the woods for about a minute. I also looked towards the woods, but saw nothing but trees, and I could make out a large tree stump. Then they both ran from me back into the house through the doggy door on the north side of my house. When looking towards the woods, they are to the east of me. I kept staring into woods, looking side to side while seeing nothing. My cigarette was done. I tossed it into the ground and went to step on it when I noticed some movement about 20 yards in the woods. It was towards the tree stump. I watched as the stump, which was about 3 to 4 feet tall, stand up and double its size. I was in shock. It seemed like it was not real. I stayed motionless while watching this thing, which was clearly no stump, start to walk deeper into the woods. Heavy steps each time I walked. It was 7 or 8 feet tall, had hair/fur covering. The way I could tell this is because it was walking in a zigzag motion purposely, I guess trying to hide from me behind trees. The sun would only shine in spots through the top of trees, and I could see the hair/fur shine maybe every 5 seconds or so. This thing made noise. It sounds only twice from itself. Once when it first rose up, I interpreted as, damn, now I have to moan/grunt. Second, when he/she looked at me right before it got to the gas line road, which is right of way dirt road for the gas company, almost to tell me, you stay where you are, don't follow me. And I had no plans on that. I went back out the next day. The dog refused to go with me to see if there was something in what was in see if there was something it was doing in the woods, and found nothing. Also went to the dirt road looking for prints, but found part one because deer and other animals walking all over them. I believe this thing and others follow the deer here for food. This Wine River. The state park has a no hunting buffer that is for 5 or 10 miles out from the park. The deer know this area, and I'm sure that, or if these things have been here for a while, they also know that people don't hunt around here. I have been away from this house due to selling it, but recently purchased back. One of my dogs is still with me and will not walk in the woods as we used to. This thing had medium to dark reddish brown hair fur when it snarled and/growled at me. I saw fingers, no hair on the palms because I could see skin, no facial hair. It did not stink as bad as I recall about. It smelled like a wet dog and pine snap. I have been back here about 3 weeks, but see no sign of this thing. I did hear its growl 2 nights ago. I was on my front porch that faces west, smoking before going to bed. My dog was laying by my side. Whatever it was scared my dog and me also. It sounded like an owl at first, but turned into a growl at the end. Weird. I will wait to hear from you if you'd like to know more. Also, notice I sold the house but recently purchased back. Other witnesses, just myself and my dog. Other stories, yes, stealing chickens and pigs. Time and conditions, late afternoon. It was late outside, cooled, little to no breeze. Environment, my land about a quarter mile from Sunwani River, mostly pine and oak trees. Sunwani River State Park is about a mile away. Follow up and poor. Yes, sir. Be Christian. They conducted a long in-depth call with the witness over saying and found him to be highly credible and sincere. The witness was driving to the airport at the time of our call, but he recalled many of the same details that he had submitted in his original report of his sighting 9 years ago. Based upon the content of our conversation, I also like to add the following information to supplement his original statement. At the time of the sighting, the witness had taken his 2 dogs, a pit bull lab mix, and a dash hound, to go for a walk in the forest behind his house. The witness took time to state that his dogs were not afraid of any animals. And they had, in the past, chased and treed both black bear and bobcat in the woods behind his property. The witness stated that he walked forward from his house for roughly 20 feet, only to realize that his dogs were not with him, which struck him as odd, as they usually were eager to go into the forest. He turned back and saw that both his dogs were frozen in place, staring at the woods. He called for them to come with him, only to have both dogs bolt and run back into the house. Witness was confused by his dog's behavior and turned to the woods line to see what had scared his dog. Not seeing anything, the witness walked forwards until he was less than 10 yards from the forest edge. The witness stated that as he was walking, he noticed one tree stump approximately 4 feet tall that he did not remember being there. When he was within 20 yards of the stump stood up. The creature made a irritated grunt as described in the witness' original statement above. The witness initially made eye contact with the creature and observed it for approximately 15 seconds before the creature moved out of sight as described above. The witness stated that the creature, roughly 7 feet tall, was at least 3.5 feet wide at the shoulders and weighed perhaps between 300 and 400 pounds. The witness bases the weight of the creature off the sound and of its movements through the forest. The witness said that he weighed 250 pounds at the time of the sighting, and the breaking of the underbrush of the creature as it moved off sounded much louder than what he could himself make. The witness did not see a neck, as the head appeared to sit on the torso. This statement is further reinforced by the witness' description of the creature turning its torso rather than its head to look at him as it moved away. The torso of the creature was described by the witness as a V-shape but solid. The witness described the creature as being covered in dark reddish brown hair, approximately 2 inches long. The hair was also observed by the witness to be matted many places by pine sap, similar to how a dog's fur becomes stuck together and shiny when pine sap adheres to it. The witness did not see any sexual characteristics on the creature, so he could not state definitely if it was male or female. The creature was also very muscular in appearance, with large muscles on its upper and lower arms, with the arms as a whole hanging proportionally lower on the creature than they would on a human. The witness particularly remembers the biceps of the creature as being big. The hands were as described in his initial report. The feet and leg were not observed due to the brush that was in the way. Of the facial characteristics of the creature, the witness stated that he mainly remembers the eyes, which he states as being big and dark. He does not remember if a brow ridge was present or not. The hair on the top of the head appeared to be thicker than the hair on the rest of the body, and appeared to have almost a part on the top. The top of the head appeared to be slightly concealed. Oh. Con each con is conisi conisal. I can't pronounce that. It's probably like one of the easiest words to pronounce it. I can't. I just saw one of my friends. I wasn't sure what he's doing this weekend, but he's out boating, and I'm here reading Dogman and Bigfoot stories on the face. He says being big and dark. He does not remember if Burridge was present or not. The hair on the top of the head appeared to be thicker than the rest of the head. Yeah, that's about it. And appeared to have almost a part on the top. The top of the head appeared to be slightly, The face was described by the witness as being a mix between a person and an ape, with a creature possessing a strong, square jaw with a regular human-type mouth. The witness does not remember if the nose was prominent or not. He can only assume that it was flat. The witness does not remember the accent color of the creature, describing the skin as on the face as only as dark, but not as dark as the eyes. The witness started feeling in a state of shock, describing a fight or flight reaction. The witness remembers taking several steps forward to get another look at the creature, at which point the creature uttered a deep bass like the witness described it as similar to a car with a bass sound system you'll feel in your stomach. At this point, the witness stated that he turned around and returned to his home. The witness mentioned that he always carries a sidearm, but that the thought to shoot a creature never came across his mind because it looked too human. The witness stated that it was a week or more before he could muster the courage to go back in the woods again. He did search the spot where the creature stood up, but could not find any footprints or hair. The witness is familiar with the North Florida woods and the animals that are known to live there, and was emphatically stated that what he saw was no bear and was not a man. The witness did tell a story to a few other people, of whom looked at him with incredulity. However, the witness did share his story with a sheriff he knew from a nearby town who had complained to the witness that something large was stealing his chicken. The witness said he asked his friend if he could describe what was taking his chicken. The friend responded by looking down and throwing up his hand and walked away from the conversation. The topic apparently was never brought up again between them. The witness has had several other experiences on his property. At the time of saying, he lived there with his son and two daughters. His daughters would complain that something would occasionally come up and bang the sides of their house outside their room at night. The witness did not know what it was, and at the time tried to rationalize the impact by telling his daughters that it was a falling branch. While nothing was ever in conducting this behavior, the description of the is congruent with other reports of Bigfoots hitting the sides of houses and cabins. A year and a half after his first sighting, he and his dog were walking through the forest behind his house. There was a power plant near to where the witness lived, and the deer would come to graze on a pipeline access road that runs away from the plant through the forest. The witness had spotted a group of deer when suddenly one jumped and ran and was quickly followed by the other three. He heard brush move, and from approximately 100 yards away at the witness in its best estimate saw a 5 to 6 foot bipedal creature with dark reddish brown hair moving through the forest after a deer. He described it as a mini-me of the first one that he saw in his residence, as it was half the girth and approximately 2 feet short. The witness only glimpsed this creature for a few seconds before it disappeared from view, and the witness quickly left the area out of fear that a larger one might be nearby, not knowing if the creature he saw was a juvenile or the mate of a supposed larger one. Oddly, he remembers his dog acting like they did not notice the creature, which is a departure of behavior from the original sighting. The witness could not explain his dog's behavior. The witness' main sighting occurred on the 4-acre plot of land very close to the Suwannee River to the northeast of Live Oak, Florida. The witness has since sold the property and moved away from the area. However, the location is within a mile of the Twin River State Forest and Suwannee River State Park, encompassing over 20,000 acres of swamp and lowland forest. The location is also only several miles from the intersection of the Suwannee and Willalahochee rivers, respectively 246 and 100 feet, 115 miles in length, both of which possess heavily forested floodplains that range from a quarter mile to almost 2 miles in width that are essentially devoid of human habitation. Wildlife is abundant in the area, to include populations of white-tailed deer, feral hog, black bear, wild turkey, bobcat, and many smaller animals. That's really interesting. And please comment if you've had a sighting. So we did that. Let's see. What's the doesn't actually jump off the cliff.
So before all this activity started, I kept asking my son, because we was outside. I'm outside a lot. And I was like, what is that smell? And it smells like skunk, sort of with, I don't know if it's wet dog or I don't know.
I knew she was going to say that. That's a common thing with Sasquatch. When they smell it, it's like a wet dog. Yeah.
I didn't hear that one hit.
Yeah, it was.
What the hell? You called it. I don't know about that. See, that was weird.
Hey, ain't baseball teams looking for a new catcher? Oh my gosh.
Weird.
That's weird.
There was
Back when we first started years ago, that area right there, me and Dave come up one time and something off down in here made some noises. And it was like, ugh. So we done the same thing back. And then it shook a tree. So David grabbed the sapling and started going, shaking the tree. And whatever it was went berserk. And we looked off down in there and you could see a sapling tree just shaking back and forth. And then
What the?
we done that back to it again, and it went back across the river, and you could just hear every little bit. And then it worked its way back on the hillside of there, and then just quit.
That. All right. Let's see what.
What are you doing?
This is funny.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
Gosh. All right.
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
I saw
Oh,
wood
this is
chips,
the other guy. He had the handprint.
and we saw that yesterday after we had tapping and fingerprints on the window.
I can see the fingerprints.
Now,
Like it looks
this, I don't know. I saw wood chips, and we saw that yesterday after we had tapping and fingerprints on the window.
like I can see the fingerprints.
Now,
Like it looks
this, I don't know. I saw wood.
What are you doing?
Back.
Let's go.
No, draw your.
You there?
Where?
Oh, let me see.
There's a lot on it.
It's the tree line.
You the camera back. You the.
It's the tree line.
Out. I think these houses are pretty good. Screen. Yeah, I gotta share a lot. There's a lot of this cool stuff here. Yo.
May 2015.
Is
That's, I think this is pretty. This could be dog. Yeah, I think this is Dogman right here.
The fuck is that in the woods? Hello?
That's a Dogman. Okay? It's literally death.
Hello?
And actually, I know we're not going to. Look at that. One of the first encounters was in Londrina, Pana, Brazil. A lot of footage of Dogman seems to come from Brazil. I've seen there's a lot that. Look at that. Like, when I first saw that, I was scared for the person. Let's continue. I just like this one. This probably is fake. But these guys, if anyone here speaks, I guess, Portuguese.
Ah lá, mano. Bota no tênis em cima, Danilo. Olha isso aqui. Ele tá olhando pra cá, velho. A cara dele.
Oh, that eye glow
Olha aí, olha pra mim, olha aqui.
does seem very common with many Dogmans.
Que monstro, cara. Pra mim. É muito grande, cara. Bota a outra, continua. Ele tá de frente do Gé, mano.
That definitely has to be Portuguese. But I ain't going to Brazil looking. There's more stuff we gotta be worried about in Brazil than Dogman saying that Lula is in charge.
Cara, pega um tiro a thumb, mano. Mano, ia atacar o Gé mesmo, mano. Ah lá, mano. Bota no tênis em cima, Danilo. Olha isso aqui. Ele tá olhando pra cá, velho. A cara dele.
Hey, man. What is this? This better not be a fake. That doesn't look like one.
Hey man, so I'm sitting up here at work, right? I'm a security guard, guys. It's 5:38 in the morning. This passageway down there for the sewage drain, that's locked off actually. And you see them glaring eyes right there, right?
Yeah.
Now mind you, I don't know what the hell that is down there. But it's weird, bro, cause like it popped up and as the camera, as you can see, is black and white. As the other ones is in color, you see
I mean, we got just back into the Dogman, but now we're actually seeing blood footage.
Zoom out on it, and I can zoom in on it, and the eyes are just glaring. I don't know what the hell that is, man. It's not a person. What the heck? I don't know if it's a dog man or something. It's something back there, bro. Like, oh shit. Please leave in the comments, like and subscribe. Hey man, so I'm sitting up here at work, right?
What is taking a peep in this window? Is it Bigfoot or Dogman or something else? Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, it's. I thought you was talking about those.
What is taking?
It's the tree line. Okay. It's the.
And there's. Let's see.
There's nothing.
Like, what is that? Oh my god, this is not enjoyable. I can't see it. I think I can. It's you can if you can make it out right here where my mouse is. You can see my mouse. Bigfoot emerges from the forest. can see. Oh, what's its eyes? Where's its eyes glowing? This is in Wyoming. Trying Yellowstone. So this is probably a yow. Yeah, I think it's called. Oh, they call it in Australia. And let me actually see. Let's see. All right. I just want to know that we're not getting copyright hit for whatever music they're playing. Look, you can see that. I mean, Australia's got weird stuff. They've got apparently giant lizard, possibly even T-Rex, living T-Rexes. Like, Australia's got a whole bunch of weird stuff. Now, just take into the fact that all the cursed wildlife that's there. Where is it? There. You can see it. That is some. And it's just walking through it effortlessly. This looks like it was footage taken from some documentary. Bigfoot crossing the trail. Let's see this one. Let's see. Saying 199s. I'm currently in trying to appeal in the Snake Pit Discord. Go on to the Geeks and Gamers Discord. I mean, they're talking about most of you there are talking about some autistic porn star, I guess. I don't know. Who's like a Disney shillin who doesn't like the sound of freedom. Yeah, just Bigfoot crossing a trail. There. There's a lot of dash cam footages of Bigfoot. Alright, this is the Bigfoot jumping cliff. Holy crap. Yeah, this thing. I'm not sure if it's, but it does look. Yeah, it does look like it just finished jumping. This I have my problem with. I think this could be AI or someone at first. If not, if this is real, this is probably even better than the Paris and Gimlin footage. This is probably the best evidence of Bigfoot we have if it is real. And now with AI generated stuff, we've got to be really extremely careful of the images because I've been seeing a lot of AI generated Bigfoot images or Dogman. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Should be interesting. Let me just check. Oof. Yeah. Do not know what that is. That could be anything. That could be a. But it's pretty blue. Looks like it's got fur. Glowing Bigfoot or supernatural being. This should be interesting. This one. All right. I think this is a fake. I think this is fake. Bigfoot hiding behind a tree. I have my problems about this as well. Not saying that it's fake, but just gotta do a factual check. I have my problems as well. I have my problems as that's just Bigfoot stalking them. This stuff, though, when I think this is probably this looks real. Yeah. I can't even. I'd say bear, but that looks too primate like. That head is too primate like. You know what I mean? Bigfoot could be a dog man. Bigfoot sloth. Unusual looking creatures attacking a this could be AI. Bigfoot fleeing rocks hide on the side of a mountain. Alright, move out of the way. It's hard to see. Alright, I want to see anything because we've been going for a long time. Let's see. Hello? I'm live. What is that?
I just ripped off a piece. It's a roll. Need it.
Did you make this?
Just warmed it.
It's warm.
Mama.
Hmm. My sister just came in and she just gave me this. It tastes like pizza crust. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Where I want to go? Honestly, I think that's it for today. Brian, since the dog has been to a big man, a Bigfoot. I said big man. Bigfoot, sorry. Saw some Bigfoot footage. Like, comment, share, subscribe. How many stories you have. And I will see you Monday with our political stream. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.